to be in this position, to be invited for this, and to be able to witness this event. And because it's not just a local event, it's an international event. And it's something of importance to us because we are in the academic industry. And today we'll be dealing with a lot of things linked to the academic industry, but not just only that. We're talking about aspects of when we call knowledge generation, knowledge creation, and not just knowledge creation, we call it also knowledge sharing, knowledge transfer, and one thing I always like to say, knowledge fusion, because we don't want you to leave this place as individuals. We want us to leave this place as people who have shared of each other, and we take each and everybody's experience and knowledge with us today. So with that being said, I would also apologize for starting late. Sometimes these things always happen, but we do believe as we move along swiftly, things will move quite quick and according to plan as we move ahead. So, as I said, welcome again to this summer school. And yes, let me address the elephant in the room. I know it's a summer school and the people online will be looking at the people here. Why are we dressed so warmly? We should be in t-shirts, summer beach hair, sunglasses. Well, in the global south, our summer is a bit cold, if I can put it that way. We are in winter currently, so this should actually be called a winter summer school or / Durban summer school series because our weather here is a little different, but all the same, we're not going to dwell on semantics or dwell on issues like that. It is a school, most importantly. And because this is a school, we are going to attain the things of what a school has to offer. Now, this school or this event, which is commonly known or short form as the e-participation and policy modeling in the South Africa region, which is commonly termed as EPP-MOSA, or I would say EPP-MOSA or EPP-MOSA. You can figure it out as you go along. But you must understand that it's not just about one aspect. It's a very holistic entity that we're dealing with, because you must realize, you being here in the midst of all these people, you are not a non-entity. You are something important being part of this event, because we're not just talking about PhDs, research only. We're talking about even how the knowledge and the research that we generate will be able to make impact in our society, because that's what it should be. It shouldn't just be about it being housed in a document of about 1,000 words or 10,000 words in a bounded document in the library or just something online. We're talking about making policy. We're talking about making impact even in our society and in our country moving forward. So please always know that being here is not of any small duty. It is something of very much importance. So, as I've said, I am happy to be here. No problem. Okay, I see. Okay, I should have done that. Yes, I'm technically challenged too, but we'll make it happen. Okay, great. So as I've said, with that small introduction of what we're here to do, I know you might feel that we're not many, but we're quite a lot online, I can see. So that's why I said, don't be a little scared to think that we're very few. There are quite a lot of us online as well, and a few of us here. But we always say fire starts small, nothing big or make a big umbrella has to have something really big. It can start really small. And I'm happy that this is even happening here because, sometimes when we want to go on summer, we want to say this is our time for holiday. This is our time to do things differently, but we're here to make a difference. So please don't feel a little weary that you have a lot of empty seats here, but I feel that where you have two or more are gathered, as the Bible said, God is in their midst. And whatever we declare here, if I should put it from an academic point of view, will definitely make impact on this earth. Can I get an amen? Oh, I see we have a lot of believers here. That's good. Maybe I should start preaching. Prof, is it okay if I can preach? Just a few things to see what are you going to benefit from this place? What are the benefits of this summer school that we have here? I'm here to encourage people that, we're going to have what we call enhanced learning opportunities. What does that mean? That means in the course of this 10 days, I believe, is it 10 days, if I might be correct? Yes, in the course of the days that I had, you are going to be gifted or shared with people of experts in their industries, not just from an academic point of view, also from a professional point of view. So this will be able to enhance your knowledge and to get to liaise with people who are masters in their field, not masters as in master's degree, but masters as captains in their fields. We also talk about networking and collaboration, which is always a good benefit. I'm seeing so many new faces here, and I hope I can get to meet, mingle, know each and everybody's names at the end of the day, even the people online. And I think there will be an opportunity for us to introduce each other. But since I'm the director of programs, I hold the mic, I'm in charge. So you have to listen to me by force now. But I believe we'll do a lot of networking and collaboration as we move along. There's also what we call skills development, which is also a benefit that you will get from here, because every one of you here have some certain skills. And I have said that already, because you're not a non-entity, you're not just a simple individual. For you being part of this place, that means you have something to offer, including this wonderful mic, which is making my voice sound nicely, and this laptop. And I like the lighting on my face. It really looks good. I hope you put this on Instagram, so that I can look important. Sometimes my students don't think I'm important. They just say, Lawrence just talks. But, by the time you see me internationally now, I feel important. Apart from skills, we also want to motivate and encourage each other, because I know some of you are doing this wonderful work we call PhD, which some people have termed it as pull him or pull her down, because this journey of PhD is always a meandering, lonely road sometimes. Thank you, my sister, for nodding. You see, we have a witness there. Testify, testify. You see, we're here to help each other. And we're here to help and, how will I say, hold each other's hand so that we can be able to share knowledge and give you ways in which we can deal with things. Because this PhD journey is not an easy one. I know I've been on it, and I'm happy that I've scaled it, and I never want to do it again. Amen. Never want to do it again. Amen. But don't be afraid. We're here to motivate you. We're not here to make you scared. I know sometimes when you meet your supervisors, they start talking about theoretical paradigms, and you wonder where do I fall in? Am I a positivist or constructivist or interpretivist? And you don't know whatever vist that might be lying outside there. They will tell you, find an idea, generate new knowledge, because that's what a PhD is about. And you are just saying, I just need this to just move up in life, maybe get a directorial position, don't stress me. You know how academics drive you to say, no, search for more. This is not good enough. But as I said, we're here to encourage you and motivate you so that you'll be able to be in a better position, a better state of mind, that you're more relaxed in your PhD journey. And finally, what else can you get from the benefit of this time that we'll spend together? I call it cultural immersion, cultural liaison. We get to know each other. As I said, we're all from different parts of the world. We might not feel like maybe some of us might look like that. Even if you are from Ananda or Mlanzi, you're from a different part of the world. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is that you as an individual, you're here to meet other people, to share experiences, and we learn of each other. It's not just about academics or intellectual conversations only. It's also about knowing who we are, what drives you, what are your own cultural traits, what are your own policies, what are your own ideas. Please feel to know that you are not a lonely voice. You are a voice which matters. And I pray, and I also hope that that would be your experience during this time that we're here together. Okay. So with all that being said, as I said, I'm the program director, and I have esteemed colleagues here who would be with me, I'll be calling time to time to give you more information on the things that we're doing today. But being program director, there's some rules that I just need to establish, because I was ordained the program director. There is no government of national unity here, okay? So it's all me, all right? I do not have any opposing parties who are sharing my ideas or principles. So it's all me today. And the first rule is, please just ensure that your phone is on silent, on vibrate. If not, if it rings, rule number one, I am looking for a nice iPhone to take home with me. That's my own kind of cultural contribution. If it rings, I will get my people to confiscate it. Okay. Rule number 2, if you need to leave, of course, I believe the toilets are out this door to my right and up the stairs up to that so that you know where the toilets are. And of course, outside there will also be the refreshments. And I think finally, of course, because I'm going to be calling a set of people after me to do their talks, we need to make sure we keep to time. I know we've started late and we must give all fairness to the people who have been waiting online for us. So please keep your speeches, keep your talks, your presentations to the time. If not, the mic will be shut off, okay? And I have some people who will literally carry out, because this is my house, this is my parliament, and we don't need you to read any red rose here or red overalls here. We will definitely drag you out. So thank you very much for this, listening to me and indulging me in this, my first talk of the morning and introducing you to this wonderful summer school. So I'm going to have the privilege and the esteem to call on our acting, may I stress, acting head of school, because as I said, this initiatives is from the School of the Built Environment. It is the brainchild of our Professor Sitembiso Nieni, but it's based in the School of the Built Environment and Development Studies. And our dean, which is Professor Kalame, cannot be here, but we have an able acting person, which I have appointed. Remember, I'm in charge here. So whoever I appoint must come. So I call on Professor Masuku to come and address us on behalf of the School of Beds. Can you please give him a warm applause? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have so many titles. Thank you so much, Pastor, Bishop, newly appointed Minister, Lawrence. My task is very simple, is to welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal under the School of Built Environment and Development Studies, a very progressive school. Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues, friends, emerging researchers, seasoned researchers, academics, and a warm welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal Summer School. You articulated on the issue of summer school. I think Prof. Mien needs to give us some answers. We say winter summer school. We need to unpack that concept. It's an absolute pleasure to see such a vibrant, diverse, young group of PhD candidates, not students. I prefer to call you candidates, gathered here to share knowledge, to share expertise. As the school, I am incredibly excited to kick off this summer program designed specifically to enrich your doctoral journey. It's not going to be a lonely journey. We are here to walk with you. You'll never walk alone. We are here to support you. This summer school represents a unique opportunity. Why am I saying unique opportunity? We are here to share. We are not here to tell you what to do. We are not here to describe research concept, but we are here to answer some questions based on research. Why, how, when? Based on my experience, I understand that the what part is covered at a master's level. So the critical part, why this paradigm? How am I going to use this paradigm? Why this paradigm is relevant to my study? It is a chance to delve deeper into your research niche area, your research niche area, your research area, your research theme. Engage in stimulating discussions with fellow scholars from various disciplines. Learn from distinguished researchers and scholars. When you are doing a PhD, you don't do it alone. It's a community project. You work with people. You learn from others. You learn from your peers. You learn from your supervisors. You learn from other disciplines. Multidisciplinary approach is very important when you're doing your PhD. Over the next 2 weeks, you'd be challenged intellectually, not politically. You'll be challenged intellectually. Prepare yourself psychologically. We are here to engage you. We are here to engage with you. Please engage us as well. This program, this summer school, is meant to encourage you to embrace critical thinking. That's what is required from us, academics and researchers, and empowered to push the boundaries of your research theme, your research area. We are expecting you to provide a new interpretation within the context of your discipline. That's what is expected from you as PhD candidate. You will participate in seminars to enhance your research skills. How to write research proposal, research grants, your methodology chapter, data analysis softwares, etc. We are here to empower you, to share our knowledge. We are also expected to attend thought-provoking lectures which embrace your research themes. You find that your research theme talks to your research themes or theme from your peers, and have dedicated time to focus on your own research project. Use this time to focus on your proposal, your research project. I know Professor Lawrence will also organize something for you just to entertain you maybe on Friday or weekends. But when you go and play with other kids, you go knowing that you have achieved something during the week. But this summer school is about more than just academics. It's about building community of scholars. It's about forging connections with your peers, exchange numbers, contacts, and work together as peers. It could be around the world, around the continent, around the province, around the country. Share your research journeys, share your experiences. It's very important. By doing so, you will learn how to handle those experiences. It's very important to supporting each other through unavoidable, inevitable challenges so that you can succeed or achieve or accomplishment of your doctoral studies. Please take advantage of every opportunity this summer school offers and use it effectively. Engage in lively debate. Don't keep quiet. If you don't understand something, engage. Challenge the facilitator. Ask questions. Make appointments with the facilitator. Seek out collaborations. Let me caution you, friends. If you are doing a PhD, you might have one supervisor. But if you see that someone can add value in your study, engage that person, work with that person, and don't hesitate to approach any seasoned researcher. You are lucky, friends. We have seasoned researchers here. Engage them, as I've said earlier on. And you have unique expertise, skills amongst yourselves. Learn to share those skills amongst yourselves. We are all here to learn from and inspire one another. We are also here to learn from you because we recognize you, we treat you as our peers, our colleagues. I encourage you to embrace the spirit of Ubuntu through curiosity, collaboration, intellectual exploration that defines this program. Make the most of this time to network, learn, grow as researchers, individuals. Finally, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee led by Professor Mieni for their tireless effort in putting together this exceptional program. And to our sponsors, DSI, CSIR, HSRC, thank you for your generous support in making this summer school a reality. To all our PhD candidates, welcome once again. I have no doubt that this summer school will be an enriching and rewarding experience for you all. Now, let the learning begin. I thank you. Ngiyabonga. Enjoy.
Thank you, Prof. Can we just please give him another round of applause as he sits down? Thank you. I thank you how you've so eloquently placed it, that let the learning begin. And yes, as I said, it is a learning curve. And thank you for the assurance that for our candidates here, as I said, this journey of PhD is not an easy one, but understand that this school is here to assist you. This school is here to encourage you, as Prof has said. And of course, we're going to have a little bit of fun also on the side. So because we believe in doing things holistically. As I said, it's not always about academic and intellectual conversations. You'll be surprised how that idea that you've been looking for months will be dropped over a meal, over lunch, or while you are doing some bungee jumping or seeing some animals. You just never know. Ideas come from different places. So moving on quickly to the next item on the program, we are going to have a professor who will talk about the purpose of this International Research Summer School, with its acknowledgements. And I'm going to call on Professor Ntapuri to please come and give us a few words on this. Can you please encourage him and clap for him as he comes, please?
Morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I will just go straight to the business of the day. So, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously they always start by saying all protocols observed. And I extend a warm welcome to you all. Today marks the inauguration of the University of KwaZulu-Natal's e-participation and policy modeling in South Africa. That's the UKZN IPIMOSA International Summer School Series. That is taking place from today up to the 10th of July. Here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, obviously, our Howard College campus. Firstly, I want to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed experts for dedicating their valuable time to be here. And I thank you all, the participants, for joining us. We thank greatly the participants, obviously, because you are the torch bearers. This is a new thing that we are doing. Our first summer school, and we're so happy that you are the torch bearers. So distinguished guests, participation and policy modeling are very undeniably critical issues of our time. And this great country of South Africa has been proactively and actively striving to embrace this new growing trend. Experts and audience members alike have diligently contributed to understanding the complexities surrounding this year's central theme. So this theme is not coming from anywhere, it's coming from the experts and some of who contributed to crafting this theme for this first inaugural summer school. We gather today to witness and celebrate the momentous birth of the UKZN IPIMOSA International Research Summer School Series. So we extend our heartfelt wishes for its continued success and longevity as it crafts its new footprint into the future. And as our esteemed global experts from both the North and South will elaborate, this series provides a unique opportunity that fosters learning and exchange on pressing contemporary issues. Students will benefit from a twofold advantage. I'm scaffolding on the matters that Dr. Ngunsanya and also Dr. Masuku spoke about. Firstly, it is a chance to connect with peers and to connect with distinguished experts. And also, secondly, it is a platform designed to equip our students here with a strong foundation for their academic journeys under the overarching theme of development, e-participation, policy modeling, and artificial intelligence. Now I'll turn to the transformative power of technology. Technological advances in artificial intelligence offer a transformative pathway for South Africa and its governance, if I'm focusing now on South Africa. So they empower the government to modernize and streamline service delivery, ensuring efficient and inclusive solutions for the people in the country in record time. So these innovations bring government programs directly to the doorsteps of beneficiaries and therefore foster greater convenience. Furthermore, technological advancements expedite turnaround times, propelling the country towards the realm of the industrialized world. This in turn solidifies South Africa's position as a leading economic power industrial hub on the African continent. Now, if I look at the roles of the universities and other higher education and research institutions, as you can see, our partners here include the HSRC, CSAR, and so on. So they have a very big role to play in terms of transformation. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start this address with a famous quote from Ralph Dahrendorf, a German sociologist, who once said, stagnant universities are expensive and ineffectual monuments to a status quo, which is more likely to be a status quo ante. Yesterday's world preserved in us speak. So these challenging words represent a valuable reminder that the activities of universities, other higher education institutions and research organizations should always challenge, universities challenge themselves by foregrounding research and innovations in the ever-changing world of science and technology and innovation. So we must always keep on challenging ourselves, look for new theories, look for new ideas and innovations. So the universities and other research institutions have many functions which are listed differently according to scholars. So we see that various scholars define the mandates of universities differently. So some scholars list 3 key functions of universities, namely teaching and learning, research, and community engagement, but others list more. So firstly, if you look at it, so universities have historically played a major role as ideological apparatuses, expressing the ideological struggles present in all societies. And secondly, these institutions have always been considered as the mechanisms of selection and socialization of dominant elites. And thirdly, they have been in the forefront, obviously, in generating knowledge. And fourthly, the most traditional and the most frequently emphasized one is that of training of a skilled labor force. And subsequently, universities and research organizations are subject to more implicit and explicit pressures from the host societies and the world at large, thus generating new contradictions in the roles of these institutions. For example, we've seen that universities in other countries, for instance, They're even competing with the private sector in what they're doing. So we see that that role is ever evolving and always changing. As a result of these multiple roles, the host communities rightfully expect the universities and research organizations to generate appropriate solutions that address their day-to-day struggles geared to reduce socioeconomic inequalities at national and global levels and play a transformative role instead of being seen as an enclave of the elite. So that thinking of, seeing the universities as an enclave of the elite, we want to see universities in obviously addressing these socioeconomic inequalities. So the universities and research institutions are and must always remain, relevant and real tools. That's what they should be for economic, political, social, and cultural transformation and the development of communities in which they operate. Invariably, these are the spaces where the students and academic and support staff originate and reside. See, most come from the localities, and then the others who may come from far and wide, but you will see that, yes, they must address those teething problems in those communities in which they are located. So they must do so within a context of generating ideas, practices, performativities, and praxis that modernize societies without fear or favor. So the roles played by these institutions in modernization projects of communities and countries are varied. Some institutions ignite change, others accelerate existing change, and others block change through intended or unintended consequences. So yet these contradictions, these institutions have championed the four consecutive industrial revolutions that have played important roles in societal transformation. So we see their role. Universities do play that role in terms of that, in the four industrial revolutions. So, indeed, the first industrial revolution from the period 1760 to 1830 was mainly confined to Britain. It brought changes in agriculture, manufacturing, mining, transportation, and in technology, and had improved socioeconomic and cultural conditions of the times. So the second industrial revolution, also known as the technological revolution, brought rapid scientific discoveries, mass production, and industrialization from the late 19th century to the 20th century. So the third industrial revolution, also known as the information age, computer age, also known as the digital age, silicon age, new media age, internet age, all the digital revolution started in the mid-20th century and was characterized by a rapid shift from traditional industries as established during the first industrial revolution to an economy centered on information technology. That's what we see. So in the fourth industrial revolution, industrial automation systems are used to computerize, control, and monitor a process, a machine, or device in order to perform repetitive tasks. So this particular revolution is characterized by emerging technological advances in different fields, such as robotics, artificial intelligence, and autonomous vehicles, among many others. So if I come back now to the UKZN IPIMOSA International Summer School Series 2024, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to be part of this historic process and honored to stand before you today in an initiative which is an offshoot of these industrial revolutions and whose cumulative effects predicate this present UKZN IPIMOSA. International summer school with the theme development, e-participation, policy modeling, and artificial intelligence in the global south. So you'll see the talk will also talk about the issues to do with policy modeling and artificial intelligence. So the electronic participation through technological innovation and users' skills upgrade has the potential to speed up inclusive, qualitative, and quantitative service delivery. That's the end point, the end game you want, speeding up the service delivery in terms of poverty alleviation and development of South Africa. And technological innovations empower people with the necessary skills and tools for the beneficiaries of government development programs to interact with the different spheres of government 24/7 and from anywhere in the country and anywhere in the world. So these innovations help to catalyze the attainment of the United Nations Development Goals. So it's very critical also in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet technological innovations and artificial intelligence also surface their own challenges of fear and uncertainty in the context of the technological divide, imbalances of various kinds, and the legacy of apartheid, and the university and research organizations are once again called upon to address in partnership with political leaders through various constitutional mechanisms and mandates. You see that we have to work more with government institutions. Obviously, they ought to be service delivery, and in that regard, we have to work with government, and also government is anxious to get service, delivery on course to serve the people. So in fact, these institutions need to generate appropriate solutions to address the legacy of the painful past of apartheid, where a minority group of people received better inclusive service delivery at the expense of the excluded, mainly the Black Africans. So this situation essentially created two countries, which also President Thabo Mbeki during his time used to talk a lot about. In one country, the first country is a well-developed, industrialized nation with the standard of living of many Western and developed countries. You could take some parts of South Africa and you could feel like you are in Spain or in Portugal or anywhere else in the world. And then you go to the second one, which is underdeveloped and a structurally impoverished country with the standard of living that mirrors some of the poorest countries in the world. So that's the tapestry in terms of what you see in South Africa, a huge contradiction. So the different thematic themes of this summer school expose the newly graduated doctoral individuals and PhD candidates to both the challenges and opportunities before you as the future political leaders and innovative entrepreneurs of South Africa. So this is a wake-up call for you to take ownership of technological innovations, ICT and artificial intelligence, and join the global village with the necessary tools and languages that our partners, both local and international, understand, support, and promote. If you look at our international partners, those are the same ideals they have if you look at our Belgian and our Uganda, Zimbabwean partners in this regard. And also if you look at the HSRC, CSIR, the Department of Science and Innovation, that's what they ask for, advocating. So young doctoral graduates and doctoral candidates, the ball is in your court. You are responsible for creating new opportunities and overcoming the challenges ahead, because even though South Africa's past was painful and left some deep scars, the country is celebrating 30 years of freedom and inclusive democracy, applauded and wished for by many countries in the world. So the country also has organized 6 democratically inclusive, peaceful, free and fair elections that are in envy of many countries, that led, now to, we're talking about the 7th National Parliament and the Government of National Unity at this stage. And you all know that the cabinet was announced yesterday. That's a huge milestone. So some among you belong to the born-free generation of the inclusively democratic country of South Africa. So use these opportunities that some of your parents did not have and could never have dreamt about. So the 4th industrial revolution belongs to you and future generations. So this revolution, like all previous ones, occurs with the challenges of removing the old bygone mindset. And now you have to embrace new thinking, new ideas, new practices in an interconnected world, the world we live in. So in my conclusion now, in conclusion, I would say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me express my appreciation of being privileged. It's a big privilege to be here as an official of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, to be involved in this event, the groundbreaking event, with our partners, namely the Human Science Research Council, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, and many others in the UKZN EPIMOSA International Summer School Series launched in 2024. So UKZN acknowledges the funding it received from the Department of Science and Innovation, and also for their support in the technological innovation and digital transformation of service delivery and inclusive democratic participation through the e-participation program. It is our hope that our partner and funding institution will continue to support us as their choice, as their institution of choice for for the EPIMOS International Research Summer School Series and numerous other research programs in the years to come. Ngiyabonga, I thank you for this opportunity.
Great, thank you. That was very stimulating in itself to understand that this event that we're part of is not really a small event. It may look small physically, but it's quite groundbreaking in itself. And thank you, Prof, for alerting us that we're not just dealing with something that is dealing with old knowledge, but we're actually groundbreaking in the sense of even moving into AI and how the knowledge being shared and generated here would make considerable additions or considerable impact in that aspect of AI. And that is why we even have it as an e-participation. So please note that whatever we're doing here is not just for us here. It's for us to actually make more waves beyond the physical realm now that we're now in the fourth industrial revolution. So thank you, Prof, for that. And thank you for that address. Now, you've always asked the question, why do we always have these events? Who is that person that cooks up these events that makes us come here? Who is that person that spearheads it? Who is that person that stays up all night and makes all the deals behind the scenes? I wish I could claim that thing, but it's not me. Thank you for your enthusiasm. And I want to call the person who has been the person spearheading this event, spearheading the reason why we're even having a school now. I call him as a big brother to me and a person which I call in the family of the built environment. And he's coming here to share the vision of this summer school to you. And so to alert you what this summer school can not just do for us, but what it's meant to do for our country and also in this sector of what we call the Global South. So I call on Professor Stembiso Mieni to please come and share with us about this international research of school. Please, can you clap for him? Thank you, Prof.
Good morning. I'm tall sometimes, so I'll try to make sure that I become shorter. Program Director Lawrence Okunsanya, Dean and Head of School in absentia, who has been represented by Professor Masugu, Professor Mtapuri. Let me just also greet the Deputy Director General for DSI, Dr. Mboneni Mufwe, and also Chief Director of DSI, who have been working very close with him, Dr. Tsepang Mosia in absentia, whom I think Tiane Ngoweni will be representing the message of support. A representative from CSI, Mr. Sfisol Lamini. A representative from HSRC, Dr. Derek Davids. A representative from the University of Bergen, Professor Torre and his colleagues. A representative from Makerere University, Professor Ronald. Expect from various universities and institutions, from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology in Kenya, University of Western Cape, University of Witwatersrand, King's College in London, University of Johannesburg, Tshwane University of Technology, Gauteng City Region Observatory, just to mention a few of the institutions who will be participating in this summer school. Officials from UKZN, DSI, HSRC, CSIR, distinguished guests, International Research Summer School participants who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and also esteemed participants, it gives me pleasure to share with you the purpose of this event and to acknowledge the presence and the participation of different universities in both the Global South and also in the Global North, respectively. Today marks the inaugural edition or the launch of the University of KwaZulu-Natal's e-participation and policy modeling in South Africa International Research Summer School series under the theme Development, E-Participation, Policy Modeling, and Artificial Intelligence in the Global South. Today, we deserve to celebrate the exceptional achievement and the groundbreaking initiatives in the field of public sector innovation. This prestigious event marks a significant turning point in South Africa's public service. It is a recognition of transformative power of innovation in the public sector. Allow me to briefly provide an overview of this IPMOSA International Research Summer School. We are all aware that South Africa faces persistent issues of poverty, inequality, and high unemployment rates. Embedding innovative systems within policy agenda is essential for developing solutions that address these socio-economic challenges, as Professor Mthapule alluded to that. We can create a more equitable and prosperous society by aligning our STI efforts with national development goals. This alignment is further supported by the insight from the South African Science, Technology, and Innovation Indicators Report of 2023, which emphasizes the importance of advanced research training, innovation in higher education. We are also aware that our higher education sector stands at a critical juncture at this point, facing the ambitious yet essential goal of having 75% of academic staff achieve doctoral qualification by 2030. So we always have a question whether I'm going to achieve that, because that is in line with the National Development Plan. But as of 2021, less than half of the academic staff hold doctorates, and an increasing proportion of our esteemed academics are nearing retirement. That's what the higher education sector is facing, is that the majority of our staff, they are nearing retirement. Then the question, what do we do? This trend underscores the urgent need to intensify our efforts to build a robust and dynamic academic workforce. This initiative is not just timely, but indispensable. It fosters collaboration, monitoring, and innovation, providing a vital platform for emerging scholars, seasoned experts to exchange knowledge and to develop strategies. As I've already alluded in this problem or challenges, partly in response to this challenge, the Department of Science and Innovation initiated the Viability and Validation of Innovation for Service Delivery program, which is known as VVSDP program, in partnership with the South African Local Government Association and also the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, with the funding from the European Union, budget support program, and also the National Treasurer. So this program is designed to help municipalities to pilot technology and innovation that could improve delivery of essential services and function of municipalities through innovation. E-participation and policy modeling platform for South Africa is one of the 6 projects of the VVSDP program. So the project is being implemented jointly by the Human Sciences Research Council, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and also the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. So one of the objectives of the IPMOSA project was to generate knowledge by establishing the IPMOSA scholarship to build the capacity of South African-based researchers to undertake research on e-participation and policy modeling. In this regard, the University of KwaZulu-Natal has awarded 4 candidates a scholarship to undertake the doctoral research study at the university and the training of doctoral candidates through International Research Summer School, as we are having it today, is part of that agenda. Again, let me share 3 broad objectives. I know our program director has alluded to that point, but let me just share those broad objectives of this International Research Summer School series. First, it intends to help PhD students to improve their leadership, academic and personal skills, which will assist them socially and also in their respective work environments and also as independent entrepreneurs. Secondly, this event will create an awareness around public sector innovation, e-participation, artificial intelligence, and the role of institutions in higher learning. Thirdly, it proposes to create a space to share knowledge, strengthen existing networks, and to create new ones around similar research interests in e-participation, innovation, and artificial intelligence. This international synergy and coming together of students and experts create a platform or a community of researchers. So you should recognize yourself as a community of researchers. We know out there, they talk about a community of practice. Here you are a community of researchers. So lastly, allow me to share some of the thematic issues or areas that will be covered in the next few days. I think our program director was also very clear in terms of this is not only for doctoral candidate, but also goes beyond to cover also emerging researchers. So you will be exposed to research methodology, innovation, technology, and development in the Global South. I'm sure it has come to a point now where the Global North will also have to learn from the Global South. That is why our acting or who represented our dean spoke about the philosophy of Ubuntu. What is it that the Global North can learn from that philosophy? Because we are best at that in the Global South. E-participation and inclusive governance, policy modeling and decision support system, capacity building and technology transfer, digital platforms supporting energy transition in the Global South, future trends and opportunities, but also in artificial intelligence for attaining of sustainable development goal, globalization and local development, informal cities and the 4th industrial revolution in the Global South, indigenous knowledge systems and 4th industrial revolution, entrepreneurship and innovation, grant funding and business plan writing. Those are all the thematic areas that will be covered in the summer school. In conclusion, the IPMOSA International Summer School supports the professional development of its participant and plays a pivotal role in helping UKZN to achieve its broader strategic objectives. So the summer schools build more robust, inclusive partnership by encouraging mutual learning and cultural exchange, enhancing our collective capacity to address global challenges. Again, these summer school initiatives represents a collective commitment to advancing our STI sector. It is an opportunity to harness our academic community's collective expertise, passion, continuity to drive meaningful challenge. Let us embark on this journey with a shared vision of a brighter, more inclusive future in science, technology, and innovation. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that. That was very also interesting and informative. And I hope our participants and candidates are here, are excited by the things which have been spoken about so far. Because, as I've said, I wish I could do this journey again, not the PhD journey, just the school. Just the school, not the PhD journey, but I am going to share later to you the whole PhD journey thing, but I think it's good for us to realize that they should be excited about the things that are yet to come in the next coming of days and the knowledge that will be shared with you. Please don't take these things for granted. It is not every day that we have these type of schools, and any summer school in which you get knowledge and all the things that have been lined up for you in this particular school is of great benefit and usefulness to you. Because as I said, your PhD is not really for yourself. It's supposed to make impact in your society. It's not just to be a book on the shelf of the library or just something online which you can show off to people and say, I wrote a PhD once in my lifetime. It's there. Here's the link. It's supposed to be generating knowledge. People are supposed to be seeking you and to see how we can solve problems in this part of the world. And thank you, Prof, for saying that it's good for us to be able to now share knowledge, or we call it upstream, in the sense that let the North learn also from the South how we do things here. That spirit of Ubuntu, what is it all about? I know some people online will be like, that sounds interesting. We've heard it before. But it's something that we know that we can actually be able to break it, to make it materialized in a form of academic formats and theories and text, which sounds interesting. So thank you, Prof, for that. Really appreciate it. Now we're going to try and listen to our partners and affiliations who have supported us in this school moving forward. You have heard from the previous speakers this morning, which have talked about the different partnerships that we have with the Department of Science of Innovation, CSIR, also the higher HSRC, all those different bodies, and also our partners in the universities internationally, in Uganda and also in Bergen. So we're going to hear some words and some speeches from them so that they can give you their take of the partnership that they have and how they support the school. To let you know that this is not just a local event. This is an event that has partnership which goes way beyond UKZN as an entity, as a university institution, to places in government and also to international institutions. So the first person I want to call upon is Mr. Tiani Mboweni. He's going to be online, I believe, from the Department of Science and Innovation. Can we please check if he's online? Mr. Mboweni, are you online?
Yes.
And you can
Good
just
morning.
Thank you.
Yes, I am online.
Okay, it's good to see you.
Yes.
That's good. Please put him back and let's see his lovely face so we know he's ready for us.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not. Are you able to see my and also hear my my voice?
I can see you and hear your voice. All right, then. I will keep quiet. Can we please encourage him? Just Mr. Mboweni, you're welcome. Please have what you want to say. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you so much, program director, and thank you so much to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So my name is Day1. I'm from the Department of Science and Innovation. We over the past 5 years, we were merged until yesterday with higher education, up until the announcement by the president yesterday. So we are couldn't join you today, but I think over the course of the event, I'll physically come towards the end of the summer school. First of all, we as the DSI were very excited, to be part and parcel of this inaugural, summer school. We have, worked with the UKZN for some time now. We have partnered with them in previous, projects, but mostly, in innovation for service delivery, because we believe that, innovation as a part, as a role to play in a society, especially in the context of South Africa, where we've got high levels of unemployment. We've got a lot of challenges that we're facing currently as a country. However, we are excited and we hope that this is the start of good things to come. And hopefully, we are also going to be working with the UKZN and also the other partners going forward. So that's it, Chair. Those were the words of support from our side without, wasting your time. Thank you so much and have a good event. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Nice, short and sweet. That is a person who got my memo. That's good. So he's doing very well in his new portfolio as I've assigned him. All right, moving on to another partner that we have. I believe he's here within our midst, and he's from CSIR, which is a research institute, which also supports us in the school. And that's Mr. Sifiso Dlamini. Is Mr. Sifiso Dlamini here? Thank you. Please clap for him as he comes to the podium. Thank you.
Sims I'm gonna have a computer on top of another computer. No, just wanna read through from here. Simply put this one aside. Great, thank you. A good morning, program director, extinguished guests, academics of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and our research partners in the EPOP-MOSA project, namely HSRC, that is taking or playing a leadership role in the EPOP-MOSA project, and SALGA, and most importantly, our funder of the EPOP-MOSA project under the VVISD program of DSI. And also good morning to our project team members from UKZN and Prof. Thembiso Myeni. My name is Sifiso Dlamini. I come from Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And we also a research partner in the EPOP-MOSA project with UKZN. I come from Mpumalanga. It was very cold when I left yesterday. And actually my family asked, so what's happening at UKZN? And I said, I'm attending a summer school. They're like, summer school in winter. I was like, just take it as a summer school. That's where I am going. And I'm here basically to be very sweet and short and to provide a message of support to our partners at UKZN in the EPOP-MOSA project. And that mainly is UKZN plays a very important part in the EPOP-MOSA project, which is knowledge generation and building a community of practice as far as EPOP-MOSA is concerned. And that's a very, when people talk academics, they just think it's people that go to libraries, read books, get knowledge and write articles. We never even think sometimes about the value that the knowledge plays in making systems work in a country. If you can look at most countries that are doing well, there's actually a lot of investment that goes into building communities of practice in various respects. And I believe in South Africa, UKZN is playing the very same role to bring that academic insights that provides us with direction in terms of how we can support local government in South Africa to function properly. I come from an e-government impact area in the next generation enterprise and institutions cluster of the CSIR. And mainly our role is to develop and deploy technologies that assist government at different levels to function better, to be more effective in what they do. And EPOP MOSA also takes that very same lens to say, how do we bring in various capabilities, skills, and technologies to basically support local government in the aspect of improving service delivery in South Africa. And we are very delighted to work with UKZN in this program. They have brought in very sharp and very bright minds that also provides us who are taking a technology aspect into the project to understand what are some of the critical insights that are needed from an academic perspective to make a local government function very well. And also it's very important to highlight one of the key moments in South Africa after a lot of years. Actually, it's for the first time since 1994 that South Africa had to embark in the new structure of government, in the new structure of governing. And I believe this is going to be very key as well to UKZN and the other partners to understand how then do we enable and build capacity at government that is of a structure that is unknown to us. It's a very new structure. It's for the first time that South Africa would have this structure. And most definitely it will impact how local government is functioning. And we are all looking and also bringing the different insights and lenses from the other parties. And the focus is mainly to say, how do we build capacity at local government level? How do we build capacity at municipalities? And how do we assist them? Because we all here to create solutions that work for the people of our country, for the people of the continent and the world. And therefore, we are very delighted to work with University of UKZN and Dr. Mieni, leadership in this aspect. And I would like to congratulate you for pulling this together. And I wish I could be here for the whole 10 days, but I think I'll be live streaming for most of the days. But also to the researchers that are here, all the academics, we're looking forward to your insights, to your direction, and to the engagement throughout the process. I hope it was short enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamini. We appreciate that. That was short enough, although I do not appreciate my furniture being moved around. I did say I am in charge here, so next time, please ask for permission if you need to move my furniture around. Yes, as we move on, thank you for that. And I hope everybody is seeing the kind of partners we have on these on this school, which are quite important and quite laudable. Now we're going to go international now. And we want to hear also from the experiences of how the school actually initiated, because even Professor Mieni is also what we call a product of these summer schools, which have been engaged in internationally. One of our very good partners, which is from the University of Bergen. I'm also an alumni of that. That's why I enjoyed it. I say I always appreciate the school aspect, not the PhD, but it's fine. I'm happy I've crossed over the PhD. So we're going to hear now from Dr. Haweda Faisal, who would give us some experiences and lessons from the summer school, which we have down in the University of Bergen in Norway. And she is online. Is she available for us?
Yes, I am.
Dr. Haweda is like a big sister of mine. She's an amazing person. She made us have a wonderful time in Bergen. I've always wanted her to call me back again and again. I don't know why she hasn't, but it's fine. So, Dr. Faisal, can you please just, are you online? Can I see you, please? I need to see you so I can recognize you. Yes, great.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can. Wonderful. Great. Okay. Please clap for Dr. Faisal as she gives us her own words.
Thank you so much. First, let me start. I didn't invite you again because now you are a colleague. If you were a student, then I could have called you back. Dear colleagues and distinguished participants, greetings from the Bergen Summer Research School, University of Bergen, Norway. My name is Huwaida Faisal Abdurrahman, and I am the coordinator for the Bergen Summer Research School. If you allow me, let me share the screen so that I'm always confused when I have to do this. Do you see my slides or?
Yes, we can see a slide.
Yes. So no, I think you are seeing the presentation, not the. Yeah. Let me redo it.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, now I can see.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. The Bergen Summer Research School. It's actually in the summertime, Norway time, and we are in the summertime now. We abbreviate it as the BSRS, so that if I said BSRS, that I mean the Bergen Summer Research School. What is the Bergen Summer Research School? It's a meeting point for the 5 main academic institutions in Bergen, namely the University of Bergen, the Norwegian School of Economics, and the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, the Christian Michelsen Institute, and NORS. So these are the 5 main biggest academic institutions in Bergen. So what kind of form is the Bergen Summer Research School? It's an international platform for discussion and dissemination of new perspectives on key global challenges. How we do that? We offer high quality disciplinary, interdisciplinary, and problem-oriented research-based education to doctoral students and junior researchers from all over the world. Our aim is to developing skills and initiative to promote a sustainable future. It's an opportunity for the young researchers to meet with senior researchers. So it's a platform for the young researchers to foster their international networking as well. A history. I will give a bit of history about the Bergen Summer Research School. It's a physical event at the University of Bergen. It takes place for 10 days in June, which is the summer in Norway. And it started, you see the picture in the middle where there is a lot of people in the corner wearing orange t-shirts. This is the first Bergen Summer Research School. We started in 2008. We started as a 4-year project, and then it was evaluated. And then after the evaluation, it was decided to be a permanent activity at the University of Bergen, or hosted by the University of Bergen and its partner institutions. During the COVID, we had 3 years of online teaching. So the pictures in the middle here is, and the one at the top is how we run it online. And the picture in the corner, the left corner down, is this year Bergen Summer Research School. Each year, we have a different theme. And in 2012 is the time that where the summer school was evaluated, and then we had a PhD conference. The red font seams here, this is like when we had it online. Otherwise, it was a physical event. And this year, we just finished it 2 weeks ago, and it was about education 2030 and beyond, addressing global challenges. So each year, there is a theme under which we are structuring the courses and the scientific content. Later, I will show you a slide what we mean by the scientific content. And a brief about our alumni since 2008 and this year. We ran 84 courses. we received 3,758 applications, and out of those we have 1,447 people attending in Norway, including Lawrence. And here is part of the Bergen Summer Research School. So it's not only just an academic event, but also like we include social activities as well. So the pictures from the middle to the left side is like how you see that the students that are engaging among themselves and also with the teachers. And we have keynote speakers as well, international ones. The pictures at the far end to the right side is the social activity when we had it online. So here is how we spend the 10 days in Bergen. Each year, according to the theme we have, we're structuring around 5 to 6 courses. The yellow sessions in the morning here are the parallel PhD courses. And in addition to the parallel PhD courses, we are having a joint session on system thinking and creative interdisciplinary problem solving. So these orange sessions, we mix the students across courses. And the blue sessions are keynote lectures. So this as well like a common sessions where all the students are coming in one place and listening to one of the keynote lectures, and then we have discussions around it. And we had excursions. Sorry, it's confirmed by now. We had some social activities during the weekend earlier. If I can go back, sorry. So earlier we visited Hardanger, is the western coast of Norway as well. And lately we have hiking tours during the weekend. This is also like to build the network among the students on a social based. Generally, how the Bergen Summer Research School is governed, we have the steering committee. It is composed of the rectors and the director of the 5 partner institutions. Let me name them again: the University of Bergen, the Norwegian School of Economics, and the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, the Christian Medical Institute, and Norse. And each year we assigned a scientific director to run the summer school. Lessons on International Research School, I will stop here and I will give the floor to my colleague, Professor Tura, to talk about the impacts of the Bergen Summer Research School. And later, I guess, our colleagues from Uganda, he will also speak about, I'm not going to tell about the name, I will just say MBRS. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waida. Colleagues, it's great to be with you again. And it's great to learn about the summer school that you have undertaken. It's a fantastic achievement. And I so much congratulate you on this achievement. And I really look forward to follow it over the coming days also, and to hear about it afterwards. I think summer schools is or winter schools in your case, in this case at least, is hugely important, not only for the persons that are involved, but also for the institution. And I think for the region probably, and from the city of Durban, this potentially can be an important thing in the future. So I was asked by my dear colleague, Dr. Waida, to say something about the impact. And my background with the summer school is that I was, for some years, acting director of a research center called the Center for Development Studies. And later I've been deputy director for global challenges at the University of Bergen. And it's a section where we cater for international research on global challenges. And the current summer school is located in Hawaii's working place, is within our section. Another important part of the section's work is that I work with universities in the global south, primarily in Africa. So I travel a lot every year visiting universities, and we are also running projects geared towards collaboration on research and education on current global challenges like climate change, like water issues, like peace building, and so on. And in that capacity, of course, I meet a lot of people. I meet people from universities, but also meet people from government, from big organizations, the UN, and so on. And I see the impact that the Bergen Summer Research School has had. I always I think I can say always, I meet people that have been to the summer school. And I meet people that are now in high positions. They are maybe even vice chancellors or deputy vice chancellors. As people with the PhDs, they go on and they move up into the systems, and they become professors at universities. They go into politics. They become vice ministers and so on. So I see the impact that this 10 days in Norway have had, and I've also, by talking to them and keeping in touch with former students, we learn that they are still keeping in touch with the people that they were attached to in Bergen. We are running courses where there are maximum 20 students in one course, and they follow each other over 10 days, and they keep in touch over many, many years. And of course, it's much easier to call someone if you want to call a vice minister or a deputy vice chancellor or something that you have actually known for 10 days in Norway. 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it's much easier to call him and say, hi, we have something we want you to solve, than someone that you have never met. So I think there are many aspects to the summer school. It's the personal thing. So it's the academic value. It's building the network, your personal network with colleagues. That you have an common academic interest. That's one thing. The other thing is the institutional impact, which I think is always, or not always, but very often underestimated. I think the impact for my university, the University of Bergen, which is the third largest university in Norway, I think the impact has been huge. People will meet each other all over the world. We have 1,400 former students that Huayra just showed us, and they keep meeting each other in academic positions, and they will remind themselves about the time in Bergen. So I think the institution, and forever, this will be on their CVs. Whenever somebody that's been to this summer school as well, following your summer school now in Durban, whenever they apply for a position, the Durban summer school will be on their CV. I think that's hugely important, and it plays a big role for my university, at least. And we constantly meet people that come up to me and say, I was in your summer school for 10 years ago. And I may not remember them, but Huayra does. She remembers everyone that's been to our summer school. So I think it's important for the institution, it's important to have a good coordinator like Dr. Huayra, who's done a fantastic job for our summer school. And it's important. It's also important for the region. hometown, Bergen, is the second largest city in Norway. It's a mere 250, 300,000 inhabitants. And having something that is so regular, every year we have like 100 PhD students from all over the world coming in, from 50, 60 nations, giving them a good impression of the city and a good experience while they are at the summer school is also, I think, very important for the city. We have 100 people that go home and they become a friend of the city of Bergen. And I think that's important as well, as it will be for your summer school in Durban. Durban is a fantastic city. I've had the pleasure of visiting Durban many, many times since apartheid. And I've seen the development also of the university, and I'm incredibly proud and to be part of this opening. That's something, a university that I really followed closely over many years. And we have also had the pleasure of having joint projects with the colleagues in Durban and Professor Ntapuri. And I think that's been hugely rewarding for all of us, and especially for us, I think. Somebody mentioned earlier that it's time that the North are learning from the South. And that's definitely true. This is so much that we can learn from the South. And we no longer have problems that are only ours. If we talk about the struggle that you have had in South Africa, yes, but the struggle impacts all of us, and it's important for all of us. A free, independent South Africa, free, independent academia in South Africa is hugely important for everyone, all over the world, wherever we are. And the problems that we face now with climate change, with water shortages, with peace in our time and an unruly world, both in Europe and other parts of the world, they are not local, they are not national problems, they are international. And we can only tackle them by learning from each other. So I once again, I want to thank you for acknowledging the link to Bergen and for inviting us to be part of this opening. And I want to congratulate you once again with the summer school. And I really look forward to see how this develops and to follow it. And congratulate you and wish you good luck for over the next days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Torre. It's good seeing you. It's good seeing you also, Dr. Faisal Hawaida. Now that you've said I'm a colleague, I need to find another topic to be a student again so that I can come for the summer school. You're forcing me to get back to that PhD role again. No, I'm just joking, but it's good to see both your faces. Seeing your faces bring back good memories of how we enjoyed the summer school in Bergen. And we are hoping as we are started here in Durban that we also share and be able to have good memories here in this school moving forward. We just have one more person to talk from one of our international university partners. I think Professor Ronald from the University of Makerere. Are you online, sir? Professor Ronald?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Great to see you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Clap for him too. He's from the University of Makerere at Uganda. Please share a few words with us, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here. And I would, yeah. Okay, so my name is Ronald Semialo from the University of Makerere here in Kampala, Uganda. I think what I bring today is to share some experiences that we have had here in the South, in the global South, on a successfully concluded or successfully executed research school, which we call the Makerere Bargain Research School. The two institutions have been close partners for a very long time, now nearly 34 years. And this partnership has been on quite a number of activities, of which staff and student exchange is quite important. But these are activities that have been built on, it's a North-South collaboration, which is not top-down, but a mutual collaboration with mutual benefits, mutual agreement on areas of research and so on. The initiation of this summer school was built on the successes or the experiences of the Bargain Summer School. And indeed, the Bargain Research Summer School shared their ideas and provided a very big bulk of the funding for this summer school. And with Makerere, having had this collaboration, it was now easy to see how this can be conducted within the Global South. The idea being to have more of the Global South being able to participate in some of these activities like a research school. Now, ours was held in November 2022, so it was not a summer school. So we took out the word summer out of this and we kept it as a research school. So it was, November is really closer to our hottest period in the year, but we called it a research school, so it's probably closer to winter. This collaboration has quite a number of broad areas, but it's based firmly on what we call a frame agreement that seems to be done. Above all, prioritizing collaborative events. So it was on this basis that we are able to have something that is accessible to people in the Global South, people who are not able to, for example, sometimes travel, visa issues, and so on and so forth. Having a research school closer to home is something that we're really happy that we're able to achieve. Our collaboration, of course, deals with a wide number of areas. I mentioned research, teaching, exchange of students, funding, and finance as well. So we were together looking into how this can be funded and financed. Like I said, the bulk of the funding came from the Bargain Summer, from the University of Bargain. However, we needed some extra funding, and I'll explain what this entailed. So it was focusing on the UN Agenda 2030 and the SDGs, and was held actually in 2 different locations. As you all know, 2022 wasn't very far from the COVID period. COVID was still fresh in our minds, and travel was not so easy. So hybrid solutions was definitely something that we had to embrace. As you can imagine, on the I think that's the left-hand side, you have the team that was in the University of Bargain, about 7 students. And then on the right, you had the bulk of the students, especially from the Global South, but also from other countries who are in Kampala, Uganda. That was where we had the bulk of them. So we needed a lot of hybrid solutions to make this work. We needed lots of computers. We needed lots of really good internet, something that may be a given, I believe, in South Africa, good internet, but good internet is not exactly something that is a given here in Uganda. And by the way, our internet provider is MTN, so they probably give South Africa the best, and for us, we get what is left. But in any case, we really had good internet backed up by MTN and such service providers, and were able to even have debates online. We were able to have debates online, and this was in real time. It was quite a good thing that we're able to have these hybrid solutions. The courses, what courses did we have? We had quite a number of course contributors who I'll mention later, but we had two main courses. We had one on food and water security in a changing world, which involved a lot of active learning methods, was quite interdisciplinary in the people we brought in. We filled this in also with some informal activities like excursions, receptions, dinners, and so on. But at the end of it, students had to actually earn credits, and they had to have a course log to show that they had attended. Participation in the courses is actually the most important thing. You must be there at least all the time for the courses. So for this course, food and water security, this food security was food and water security was the main title, but food security course had about 21 candidates with about 13 nationalities from 4 continents and 11 educational institutions altogether. The second course, I will, yeah. So we had quite a number of contributors to these courses. University of Bergen, Makerere University, Addis Ababa University, University of KwaZulu-Natal, and University of Nairobi. So we had professors coming in to support us in this. So it was a highly collaborative activity. We didn't only have academicians, but we had members of the public sector as well as civil society also come in and give lectures during this summer school. Of course, the activities were quite interactive. In the different courses, there were debates that were quite engaging, and this was something that was seen as a very, very good approach to especially when we got feedback from the PhD students that attended. The second course, which I mentioned, was access to safe water and water for production. We had fewer candidates in that one, but it was a very, very lively class. And our target, as is for the Bergen Summer Research School, was to have at least 15 to 20 candidates for each course. But funding is one of the issues that makes it a bit difficult, especially if you have to fly people from, it's actually sometimes more expensive, say, for example, to move someone from Ghana to Uganda than it is to move someone from Norway to Uganda. Very surprising. But these are some of the things we grappled with in trying to have members of the Global South be part of summer school in the Global South. So what did we learn? The interdisciplinarity and diversity was definitely something that the PhD students appreciated. They got an opportunity to bond with people across disciplines, and also the ability to listen to experts in diverse fields. They also got an opportunity to participate in active learning methods that were not really in a classroom setting, but were quite experiential and quite engaging. Each of the students was also able to be like, so other students could learn from them. There were certain things that we could do better. And of course, it was not without its challenges. The funding is something that I mentioned. Maybe harnessing hybrid solutions even better to have more of the Global South participate in this, like the summer school you have in yourselves. Envisage having other students from other countries across Africa also being part of that would be something that I guess that you are also looking to. It would also be a good thing in such a setting to have the informal activities or the informal arenas for conversation. These, in my view, are the most important, especially when you're bringing students from diverse fields and diverse regions to come together. Those are the places where networks are built. I think Tori talked about meeting people and talking to people, this interaction. And now, Hawaii showed a small clip. I don't know if you saw it. There were those virtual tea rooms that you would have. Those are also good meeting places and good networking places, and where you build some of the groundwork for such summer schools, future schools. Of course, we had a lot of administrative insights. Above all is the fact that you need to really cooperate across several funding, should I say, agencies to be able to fund some of these activities. They require quite a lot of money, quite a bit of money to get people together, and getting funding from several sources is definitely something that we learned that would be a good thing to embrace. With that, I would like to conclude the experiences that we had from the summer school. Those are some of the feedback we got from the participants, some of the contributors that were part of this summer school. I know Professor Oliver is in here somewhere. I think it was one of the previous slides, but he too was there, and we thank him for his contribution during this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ronald, for your talk and for your own experience. And I just want to say I am filled here. I hope for us that are here now see the reach of how the school, with the partners locally and internationally, and the support that you have. So at this point in time, I know most of you are what we call tired. And as your program director, I am going to give you guys now what we call a little break. And we're going to go for lunch now. So please, I think lunch is just for about 40 minutes. So please stretch your legs, do what you need to do, have a good meal, and please come back so that we can start the second session on time. But thank you all for being patient and listening, and I hope everything went well. I hope you've learned something a little now, and we'll now start the real work in the second session. Thank you so much for listening to me and for being here. So please have a good lunch, and I'll see you in another 40 to 45 minutes. Thank you. And to our guys online, sorry, we will just send photographs of the meals to you so that you can see how we're enjoying ourselves. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone. Okay, afternoon, everyone. It's good that we're back. I hope you guys had a good lunch. You guys still sound hungry. Should we feed you again and go for another session? All right, then. Yeah, welcome to the afternoon session or the session 2 of today's event. And this time around, we're not just going to hear from our partners and the people who have actually been behind the scenes creating the school. We're going to spend time talking from students and people with their experiences of how they've done with PhD. And I'm happy to say that for this session, I am going to delegate duties. So as program director, I'm still happy and joining my non-governmental United Nation building, whatever that is going on in South Africa now. But I'm enjoying my solo government, and I'm going to be assigning a well-renowned professor, which you've heard from him earlier, to handle this session. But also he's going to be introducing people, to you two online, the students who have their own internal research and what they've been doing. They're also going to go and do a little talk about their experiences in their own journeys. But to handle this session, I will call on Professor Oliver Mtapuri to please come up so that he can help us facilitate this session. Please let's encourage Professor Mtapuri to come up. Thank you. So, Prof, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you. I appreciate. So this session, colleagues, an easy one. Yes, I am Oliver Mtapuri myself, and I am with the School of Built Environment, as you know. And that's by way of introduction. I teach poverty and inequality and also advanced research methods. So yes, I've supervised quite a lot of students, more than 100 master's students and maybe 20 PhDs or so. So, but there are people who have supervised more than I have. So I'm just giving just as the background, but there are quite a lot of students. So, and now it's your turn to introduce yourselves, our students. And I'm just going to name some are online. So it's going to be online, but quite a number of you are around here. And I'm going to start with Eddington Rusanga Nico. You just tell us who you are, what you are studying, which university you are from, and what are your expectations with respect to this summer school. Thank you.
Good afternoon now. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, our professors among us and our sponsors. Thank you for this wonderful program. I'm Eddington Rusaganiko. I'm come from Zimbabwe. I studied the BSc Pure Mathematics and also Masters in Mathematics from the University of Zimbabwe. Then around 2022, I decided to pursue a PhD, but it has been a hassle. I approached one university. It took 3 months to come back with my supervisors I had chosen. I decided to work with. Then, as we approached the 2023, the mid-2023, someone advised me that you can go for UKZN. And it was none other than my supervisor home, Dr. Mtambara, who was supervising me for my master's. So when I applied, I think it was a Tuesday, then Wednesday I got a response. Then I said, hey, what is happening? I observed also one thing, that when it is God's time, everything moves in a click. I wanted to thank you, one, as a university on communication. University of KwaZulu-Natal, from all the universities I have communicated with when I was trying to find a supervisor, right from our global south to the global north. I think in terms of communication, UKZN, they actually over-communicate. Even if there's a tree that falls in the road, they'll send an email. they will send an email that there's a tree that is on the road, please watch out. So I really want to thank you for one communication. Then when we were growing up, I studied about Chaka when we were studying the history of Africa and West Africa. There's one thing I observed, that the Zulus, they like fighting. So when I came, I was afraid that, hey, the perception that we see on TV always, it was different because we were taken by the International Students Department. They took us for a day and a half, KwaZulu-Natal. It was awesome. I actually, from there, I wanted to tell you, I want to be plain and tell the truth. I changed my perception about the community around me. They are very loving and very welcoming, such that when we went out for lunch today, I thought I was going to find Ubuntu. I couldn't find it there. So I don't know on the Ubuntu aspect, Professor Mien was talking to us, maybe they will arrange it. There's some Ubuntu there and comport through the week. Thank you. I'm in the Department of Education, School of Education. I'm a mathematician. For quite a long time, I've been teaching. I think since 2008. I had a stint in the mining industry just after university. Then after that, when the mine closed, by default or by lack of finding somewhere to go, I got into education, and I've been teaching for quite a number of years. But there's one thing that I've observed. I actually moved from pure mathematics. That's why I'm in the School of Education. I realized that we need to develop a lot of mathematicians. We lack a lot. That's why I moved. I thought this is a more special job than just doing my pure mathematics, talking to myself, than developing others. I feel like the same message that was sent here, that's the same I was thinking, that it's not my program as I go through this PhD journey, it's for the community. So I need to be beneficial to the community. I'm researching on artificial intelligence. Actually, I'm looking at the application of the AI tools in developing trigonometrical skills in FET, that is further in education and training learners, that's grade 10 to 12. So that's what I will be trying to research over the years. My stage, I'm still a baby. I think I was talking to Prof that I really need your hand. I'm still a baby. I wrote my proposal over a period of 3 months, I think April, May, June. I sent it to Prof. My supervisor is my mom, Professor Sarah Banzrao. She's very helping me. But when I gave her I gave the paper, it came all red. Everywhere was red. I started afresh. The wording, she was saying, no, this is not for master, for PhD level. It has to be like this, like this, like this. So at one time I lost my energy. I said, hey, 3 months I'm researching and someone brings everything is red. But Professor Vivian said, no, if you are seeing this, it means that supervisor is reading your stuff and it is really developing. I think I will be able to present my proposal and pray that it will be accepted this coming July on the date that is yet to be confirmed, but they said as soon as we open, I'll be given a slot to present. My expectations, I want to gain insights into the cutting edge research and application in artificial intelligence, policy modeling and participation in respect to SDG goals. And my focus mainly is into mathematics and science education. Then, of course, networking with experts. I've seen a number of experts here and like-minded individuals from diverse backgrounds. Then also enhancing the knowledge on AI applications in the global South, addressing unique challenges and opportunities. Otherwise, in brief, I would like to say thank you, KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you also to UKZN for your wonderful and efficient communication. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Eddington, about this intro. And I would like Now we have someone who's virtual. I hope he's around. It's Frederick Odero. Frederick Odero must be virtual. Do you see? Frederick, are you around?
Yes, Prof, I'm around.
Yes, please. Please go ahead and briefly also introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Distinguished delegates, the entire UKZN fraternity, and the sponsors of this very noble course for us doctoral students and for researchers generally. I'm very glad. And my name is Frederick Odero. I'm from Kenya. I'm a doctoral research student in the College of Law and Management Studies, School of Management, Information Technology, and Governance. My title of research is Analytical Decision Model for Selecting and Prioritizing Information Systems Projects for the Kenyan State Corporations. This is an area that is of interest to me, given my background. I am a lecturer by profession. I lecture computing and technology at University of Moi University here in Kenya, a branch called Bomet University College. It is a constituent college of Moi University. I have over 16 years experience in teaching at university level, and I've also been a consultant with the government of Kenya, particularly on establishing ICT clusters in Kenya. I've also worked with the Ministry of Information and Communications. And so this has given me like a springboard and has spurred my interest in my research area. My supervisor is Professor Irene Govenda. She's been very helpful. I am a returning student. I first registered for my doctoral studies in 2014. After I'd presented my proposal and it was approved, I had some family challenges back home, and so I had to attend to them. So that makes me really an emerging scholar who is in need of help from my colleagues and also from seasoned scholars, being my expectation in this particular forum, that I can be able to learn some of the important issues relating to research at this level, and also be able to share experience from the time that I have been engaged in teaching and research at a level that is a little junior to what I am in at the moment. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I wish my fellow delegates a good stay and also a fruitful engagement. Thank you, our seniors. Thank you, the organizers.
Thank you, Frederick. Thank you so much. And I know I can see there's a lot to learn from each other. And thank you for that presentation. And the next is going to be Corneli. Corneli, are you around? I saw him, he was here around at some point. Corneli is not here. Okay, we can go to the next one. Londi, Shandu, is she here? I saw her at some point as well. Yes, please, come and introduce yourself. Yes. How are we doing on time? Are we okay? Or we speed up a bit?
Good day, everyone. Londiwe Shandu, a PhD student in UKZN under the School of Health and Environment and Development Studies. I have bachelor degree in community development, and I did my honors in community development. I have a master's in social science. All were done in UKZN. I'm currently doing my PhD in under the project of EPP MOSA. My supervisor is Prof. Mtapuri and also Dr. Ntini. I'm focusing on my topic is toward the comprehensive framework for e-participation adoption by ward committees, focusing in eThekwini municipality. So my focus is only on improving the local government by looking at the ward committee structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Londi, about that. Yes, we are supervising here, myself and Dr. Ntini, and she's making good progress in terms of her proposal as well. I'm not sure whether Lutando is here. They're not here. Melissa Sbanda. Lutando is here. Okay, come, please, Lutando. Come. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. A very good afternoon to you and also to all the participants. My name is Lutando Molefe. I am currently a PhD candidate in teacher education and professional development at the University of KwaZulu-Natal's School of Education. I hold the following qualifications: Master of Education, cum laude, a Bachelor of Education Honors, summa cum laude, both in teacher education and professional development, and also a Bachelor of Education in Science Education. So all these qualifications were done at UKZN. My current PhD study explores mentorship for sustainable learning and arts-informed narrative inquiry. I have recently worked as a contract lecturer and a research supervisor at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels at UKZN's School of Education. Previously, I worked as an assistant lecturer at a postgraduate level in the same school, and also a research assistant for the National Research Foundation, Research Innovation Support and Advancement stroke UKZN Social Cohesion Project. Before this, I worked as a school teacher, but for only a year. Then I came back to pursue my postgraduate studies. My research interests include self-reflexive methodologies, which is your self-study, a narrative inquiry, and autoethnography, arts-based research, teacher development, professional learning, mentorship, natural sciences, teachers and teaching, and also rural education. This is my second year of PhD. I've actually completed the first 4 chapters of my PhD. Then I will be starting to do the data collection process analysis and so on. So I'm looking forward to learning with and also from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I can see we have this summa cum laude here. So it gives us that courage and hope that you guys are going to complete your studies. That's good because we can see the quality of students that are doing this work. So I will ask Cornelia Yada to come forward.
Thank you, Program Director.
and good day, everyone. My name is Kwanele Dladla from the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. Currently work as a research assistant under the IPMOSA project, and I've recently finished my master's degree in town and regional planning. I also hold a bachelor's degree in housing from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So I am currently working towards developing a proposal for PhD, which I intend to study within the discipline of housing. I really appreciate being part of this summer school, and I'm hoping that I am going to learn a lot moving forward as I'm planning towards enrolling for a PhD. So I hope that this summer school will serve as a good platform for me in terms of career development, and also a networking session where we get to interact with one another, of which I hope that in future it will be so beneficial to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kwanele. I've worked with Kwanele before. He used to work with us at when we were doing some such work. Very hardworking young man, and we're happy to have him here. Then the next one is going to be Melissa Sibanda. Melissa, are you here? Thank you.
All protocols observed. Greetings to the house at large. My name is Melissa Sibanda. I have a Bachelor of Social Sciences degree in Industrial Psychology, a certificate in Occupational Health and Safety. I hold a Master in Housing degree, and I am pursuing my PhD in the same field under the School of Built Environment. My research interests relate to sustainable human settlements, housing policy, urban planning and development, as well as the poor and their livelihoods. To this regard, my PhD title focuses on investigating gendered impacts of energy policies and housing regulations, looking at how do energy assistance programs and housing subsidies exacerbate gender energy poverty. I am currently registered as a full-time PhD student, and this is my second year. I have gathered quite a wealth of experience working within UKZN, with my current post being an academic development officer under the College of Humanities. My expectations for the summer school is to gather knowledge from the experts here, as well as from my fellow PhD candidates from different fields, and to forge network platforms that will be long-lasting with professional relations. Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have, thank you, Melissa, for that, for your presentation. The next person is Mfana Futi. We work with Mfana Futi. I saw him, he's around somewhere. Please come and make your presentation. Very hardworking guy we have.
Good day to everyone. My name is Mfana Futi Mazibogo. I am a postgrad officer at the Department of SOBEDS. I'm privileged to be amongst you. I am a PhD student within the sociology department, but I am very much happy to be part of this very jovial academic road session that we are having. I do have my master's in UKZN. I am also more or less, I'll say, on my second chapter of my PhD. So I do hope that we'll have those conversations with your Lutandos who are sitting at the 4 chapters, and that is exciting and really encouraging that
we have such individuals amongst us. Thank you very much.
The next person I have, thank you, Fanafuti. The next person I have is Mobile in demand. Sound good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mobile Demande, but it's okay. I know it's hard to say. I am a first-year PhD candidate at the School of Clinical Medicine, College of Health Science. I am not a doctor. I know nothing about any disease, but I'm more coming from the economic side. My undergrad and MBA had been more commercial, finance and economics. And while I was doing my MBA, while working for a health NGO, I just saw the opportunity to merge my expertise with solving health challenges. So my PhD is focused on understanding and assessing the health economic burden of asthma and COPD. COPD is very similar to asthma. It's whatever's here, your lungs pipe is restricted. And so you can't breathe properly. So I'm trying to understand the health economic impact to families, society, and health facilities. And we're also going to do a cost effectiveness study of a recommended asthma inhaler that isn't used a lot in SA because it's more expensive. But we want to show that it might be more expensive, but the gains outweigh the extra cost. And the reason I'm interested in this is because of the cycle between poverty and health. The poorer you are, usually the less you can access healthcare and actually treat any conditions you might have. And the sicker you are, the poorer you become because you are missing work, you are missing school, and so you are not getting the opportunity to advance and actually earn. So we're trying to, because of that cycle, break some of those things and uplift people economically while actually improving their health. And so, yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Now we get to understand a little bit in your field. Thank you so much for that. Angikuluma sometimes, see, isn't his too much, Professor Mieni, Professor Masuk. So yes, I may not pronounce, but I can hear 90%, but well, I just don't practice a lot, but I can hear a lot. Thank you so much, colleagues. And I'm going to go to Dlamini. I'm saying, is she here? Is it? Yes, Dlamini, please. Thank you so much.
Afternoon, colleagues and distinguished guests. My name is Ntabiseng Dlamini. I hold a BA in Health Sciences and a Master of Medical Science in Public Health. Over the years, I've gained experience working on various projects, beginning as a research assistant at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in the discipline of public health medicine. And I have specialized in behavioral change, particularly in the development of HIV and AIDS and STI interventions, with a focus on prevention and gender violence, gender-based violence prevention. I am currently pursuing a PhD in the Department of Public Health under the Dual Safe project that is funded by the European Union. And this opportunity allows me to develop the the research and analytical skills necessary to excel in both academic and industry settings. My research is on the stakeholders perspectives on the implications of using spectral imaging technology in the diagnosis of female genital schistosomiasis. This because schistosomiasis is well, we know of schistosomiasis, but for FGS, that is still very much under researched in terms of the diagnosis, because the lesions can be likened to those of, can be mistaken rather for cervical cancer. And so we're looking at a tool that is going to help, or rather be as a support, diagnosis support for female genital schistosomiasis. And my expectations, I'm looking forward to sharing ideas with more advanced researchers in this platform, and to gaining more knowledge in my space. And I am still at the very beginning proposal stage of my research. Thank you.
Yeah, these hard words, these big words that people use, the schistosomiasis. I know students used to joke about it. You say, you just write a letter to your parents, they send me money for schistosomiasis. It's urgent. And they would send some 2,000 rands for schistosomiasis. Okay, all right. I want Mama Dlamini, please. I know there's Dlamini, and then I want another Dlamini as well. Please come and tell us. I've seen a proposal. It's coming out very nice and well. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, program directors. Good afternoon to our visitors, and good afternoon to all the candidates that are here. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. It is short notice. It actually missed me when everyone was registering for this. My name is Unonhlanhla Promise Dlamini. I am the acting school operations manager at the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. I am a PhD candidate under the College of Law and Management Studies in the School of MIG. I'm not gonna tell you about my qualifications, but I completed my master's degree here at UKZN under public management in 2015. And I pursued my PhD then, but then I was discouraged because I didn't get any attention when I was putting out my applications for developmental lecturers. I need to highlight that so that you understand why am I pursuing it so late when I finished my master's degree in 2015. So my study is, the topic is assessing the employment equity implementation at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So the title goes, Assessing Employment Equity at a Higher Education Institution in South Africa, a case study of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The main focus of the study is to assess the implementation of the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998 at UKZN. Where did this topic emanate from? I was attending one of the management meetings in one of the disciplines within UKZN. And while waiting for the meeting to begin, I actually observed their management team, and this is how this topic came about. You know, when you are a researcher by nature, you will pick all these things up and then you will record it for future reference, which is what happened in my case. So that is where my topic that is how my topic came about. And I am still on the proposal stage, but nearly to finish, because my supervisor have already advised that it will be submitted to the High Degrees Committee. And on the other side, I have started writing my chapters as well. So when I write, it depends on the information at hand. I'm writing 2 chapters at the same time currently. So I'm writing chapter 2 and chapter 3. Thank you. That is me.
Thank you so much. She's our school manager in the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. And our next speaker is Paula. Did I see Paula today? Some case, yes, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Program Director, thanks for the opportunity to jump to the pulpit. The podium, sorry. Afternoon, Paula is my first name. If that's a little bit too easy for you, some cases my second name. For now, I still have one surname. I will announce once I have a second one. Currently doing a doctoral researcher under the School of Housing. So I have my first degree, just in the interest of consistency, so that I can also mention SOMA distinction. I have a double major degree in the humanities, in political sciences and sociology, with cum laude, and then a master's degree in political sciences as well, SOMA cum laude. So I've also gotten an opportunity, those qualifications are from the University of the Free State, where I also got an opportunity to lecture at a very junior level before joining the Division of Student Affairs, where I'm one of the student affairs practitioners currently. So I'm currently working on exploring e-participation, or rather the use of digital technologies in self-help housing and how that can enhance beneficiary participation. So I'm excited being here. I've already gotten an opportunity to interact with quite a number of people. So I'm here to exchange knowledge, to get some assistance here and there, encouragement here and there, but also get to share knowledge and encourage others as well, and form part of this interdisciplinary community of researchers. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Paula. You see those cum laudes do help, eh? And that's also helped us in terms when we were looking at your application, we saw that this is a good shape, eh? So those cum laudes do help. So yes, my next person on the list is Sam. Sam, are you around? Sam. Yeah, Rui, Marie.
Hi everyone, I'm Sam Roy. I was aware that I was going to present, but there was another Sam ahead of me, so I thought, okay, it's probably that person. All right, so I am a PhD candidate with the School of Built Environment, specifically community development. My supervisors are Drs. Ndoate Songa from UKZN and Dr. Derek Davids from the SRC. Like Sam Kezi, who went ahead of me, my academic journey started with the University of the Free State. It still feels like I'm cheating on them a bit. I don't know how Sam Kezi feels. It feels like I'm in in some sort of illicit affair. Because I still work at the university. So every time I come or I speak with someone from UKZN, it feels like I have to hide the messages. That doesn't mean that I am good at cheating. I'm just saying that that's how it feels. My academic journey started at the UFS, where, believe it or not, my background was actually in security studies, specifically terrorism on the African continent and narcotics trafficking. On a very interesting side note, for those of you that are interested in illegal activities, because of my studies, I know how to make cocaine. This isn't being recorded, ne? I don't want to, yeah. Currently, I lecture at the University of Free State, and my PhD topic centers around digital participatory platforms in the city of Cape Town, and how, if at all, these platforms have managed to bridge the socioeconomic and social spatial inequalities within the Cape Town metro. Ultimately, as a PhD candidate, an academic, and as a South African citizen, I want to contribute towards policies that actually influence and impact how we take the text to the township and how we take knowledge from the computer to the community. So I do hope that I can achieve that with my PhD, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, we do have another Sam anyway. Yes, the gentleman. Mokolwane. Sam, is he here? Yes. Okay, we can go to Sibongile. She's online. Do we have Sibongile online? Any online?
Yes, Prof, I'm here. Yes. Am I audible enough? Good afternoon, everybody. This is Sibongile Akwete. I am not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you, but you can't see you.
Unfortunately, I am very far. I am in Ghana at the moment, although I am from South Africa. But this initiative started while I'm here and I couldn't miss the opportunity. So greetings to everybody. Thank you very much for having me. As it has been indicated, I am Sibongile Akwete. This is my first year in PhD, but I have to indicate also, like others who came before me, that I started it in 2016, but there were challenges which emanated especially from work. So then I had to put a comma in it, but because of the interest I have, I then decided that I have to remove the comma and continue and see how I can contribute into the body of knowledge. My undergrad, I did a degree in teaching, the BPED at that time, and I also have a master's in development studies. And the BPED was done in the then University of Durban-Westville, and the master's was done in the then University of Natal. So I am currently working for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which is abbreviated as COGTA. I work in the Traditional Affairs branch, but it is on the business unit called Conflict Management and Dispute Resolution. So there I'm a deputy director. Now, having worked with COGTA, and before maybe joining them, I started as a specialist researcher for the Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims. And I was working with the committee, which was in KwaZulu-Natal. So I was providing them with the research expertise on the matters that were presented or that were filed with the commission for their intervention. So that is where then my interest started, and I wanted to pursue it, which I did in 2016, but it didn't work out. And then now this year I'm doing it again. So what I I am looking, the research I am looking in, or I am pursuing, is on exploring the nature and causes of traditional leadership succession struggles in 5 selected districts of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. This is because when I worked in 2016, with the commission, where I started actually in 2013, we learned that there are a number of disputes and claims that are filed with the commission. And then that commission, because it has 5 years, the life of 5 years, when it comes to an end, another commission will be formed, and there will be the accumulation of these claims. I was looking into understanding what are these issues that are causing the succession struggles? What can be done to minimize that? How can I contribute to the body of knowledge? And in a way, maybe it could even go into the policy, because these are increasing, and day by day we are having these issues. Commissions are formed, they come to an end, others are formed, and the same story. So as I indicated, I worked with the commission, and I am currently working with the commission as much as I'm with COGTA, but I've been seconded to the commission because they needed the specialist researcher expertise, and I am the one that had an experience with working with the commission, so they seconded me there. Now I see that it's going to give me an opportunity again to pursue what I need to pursue, and also, as I said, contributing to the body of knowledge. So this opportunity that we have at the moment is going to assist me in polishing up, and it's going to assist me in finalizing my research proposal that I had already started working with the School of Community Development. So that is where I am at the moment, and looking forward, benefiting a lot from this and learning a lot from other colleagues. And as I said earlier on, contributing to the body of knowledge, and that I believe is going to assist the department greatly in dealing with these disputes and claims. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Spongile. Yes, I didn't want to pronounce your surname, but I could tell it's from Ghana. We have another student with the same surname. And our next person is going to be Sinego Gushongwe. Is she around? Sinego, yes.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. All protocols observed. My name is Sinego Kushongwe. I am from the School of Nursing and Public Health, College of Health Sciences. I am actually a dental therapist by profession, and then I did my honors and masters in public health. I currently work as a project officer for the Dual Save FGS project, which is a clinical trial. What we're doing is we're looking at the dual screening of FGS, female genital schistosomes, that word again, as well as cervical cancer. So FGS is a neglected tropical disease. It's mostly found in tropical areas. So it is basically a parasite that is found in water, and people who use water, especially in rivers or other water bodies, can get the illness through water, through skin contact, sorry. So what I'm looking at for my PhD, I'm looking at the interface between the use of biomedical, traditional, and complementary alternative medicine in the treatment and management of FGS. So I'm looking at the indigenous knowledge parts of how women who have FGS actually seek their health care. So I'm actually very excited to be part of the project. Oh, I'm also a fellow of the Union of African Population Studies, which is a very interesting early career researchers fellowship to year long. So it's like an African continental fellowship. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Negugu. That was very short and interesting study that you're doing. Very much impressed. And Spelele and Glove is the next person. Spelele is around.
Okay, good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and all protocols observed. My name is Lillian Dlovu. I'm from the School of Life Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences, a BSc Honors degree in Biological Sciences, and a Master's in Biology, which I obtained with cum laude, and all of my qualifications are from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. At present, I am registered at UKZN for my PhD in biology, and my research focus is on the chemotypic variation and pharmacological potential of cannabis sativa for the treatment of neurodegenerative and mental health disorders. So we are interested at looking at the compounds and isolating them and seeing how they will treat these diseases. During my time at UKZN, I've held several portfolios. I've worked as an academic writing place tutor, a teacher assistant. I am currently a first-year experienced mentor. I'm also an SI leader for first-year modules. I've also worked as a research assistant, a lab manager, and outside of UKZN, I am the secretary and events coordinator of the South African Association of Botanists Student Council. I've also worked as a field worker supervisor for Stats SA during the census in 2022. My career aspirations are hybrid. I seek to have a blend between academia and industry, and hopefully one day I'll be in board meetings making impactful decisions that will benefit South Africa. What do I aim to learn from the Summer School 2024? Basically, it's how to take innovative ideas and convert them into business ventures. Also, enhance my leadership and academic personal skills, and as well as to challenge myself and put myself there because in South Africa, we have such a competitive labor market. So it's always important to enhance your skills in any given opportunity. I aspire to inspire and mentor other people, especially those who are younger than me, and particularly females, Black females in South Africa. And I hope that they understand the importance of education and taking on important roles in society. And I also advocate for Bachelor of Science degrees. Very often there's a misconception that Bachelor of Science degrees offer very limited job opportunities. So I advocate that that's not really true, and that there's opportunities that you can obtain with Bachelor of Science degrees. And I believe that my dedication to education and leadership contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals. And I hope that I make an impact in South Africa one day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spelele. And I can see that all our research and work must have impact, especially in the societies that we live in. So yes, I see you've got the ambitions, and I'm sure that will happen. I want Mbele to come forward. I saw him is here. Okay? Yes, please.
Thank you, Director Sanbonani. Good afternoon. My name is Sipesihle Mbele. I work with the School of Built Environment as a school administrator, supporting all the committees and disciplines. So my research focuses on evaluating the impact of rehabilitation programs on the criminal behavior of crack cocaine users in Durban, South Africa. I am currently supervised by Professor Namala Gopal, and my study aims to identify components and strategies for developing a comprehensive healthcare framework for rehabilitation from drug use, specifically crack cocaine, and associated criminal behavior. In addition to my research, my primary research, I have a broad range of academic interests, including student movements, violence during student protests, community safety and security, violence against members of the LGBTQIA community, and digital forensics. I am a member of the Criminological Society of Africa, CRIMSA, and the Community Engagement Committee of the School of Built Environment and Development Studies here at UKZN. I am eager to engage with the enriching EPP MOSA summer school program, as it offers an invaluable opportunity to refine my proposal, to receive feedback from experts, and network with peers and professionals in the related fields. And I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity and accepting my application. Thank you.
Thank you, Specific. I've seen his proposals coming out very good. Now I'm going to ask Sia Tombela. Is he around? He was here with us. Yeah, I'm supervising him, myself and Prof. Mieni. He's done with his work. We just looking at, just the few minor things.
Thank you, session facilitator. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Siyabonga Ntombela. I hold a bachelor's degree in geography and environmental management, and I did politics as an elective from level 1 until level 3. I also hold a master's degree in development studies, and I'm completing my doctoral qualification in development studies, supervised by yours truly, Professor Mieni and Professor Mtapori. And I think it's a blessing to be here, because these guys, when they tell you to jump, you don't ask questions, you say how high, right? So that's why I'm here. And I'm really glad to be part of this assembly, because I survived a motor vehicle accident last weekend. That's why my walking, you can see that it's a bit funny. So until I finish the physio, maybe I'll go back to my my usual walk. My topic, or the title of my thesis, is Appropriation and Production of Open Spaces, examining new forms of economic opportunities for Rubenpreneurs in Umlazi Township, Durban. So Ruben, it's an amalgamation or a portmanteau of rural plus urban. So I'm looking at the spaces that have been lying fallow in townships. I mean, if you grew up in townships, there are those spaces where you find, young boys playing soccer, or maybe use them as illegal dumping sites. But how those spaces are being utilized by this group of individuals in order to create livelihood livelihoods for themselves, for their families. So in 2017, I joined the School of Social Sciences as a contract lecturer. And in 2019, I was permanently absorbed as a full-time lecturer in political science and teaching modern political philosophy or modern political thought. And I'm also a print media commentator and also a political analyst. If you can Google me, I think you'll see a couple of contributions there, right? So Siyabonga IOL, and then you'd find a number of articles and contributions. I've been interviewed by Mercury, Daily News, you name them, right? Cape Argus and so forth. I've even ignored a few who were calling me when I was here. And also I do radio, such as Dozo FM, UKZN, and a number of other radios, just to name a few. I found a very interesting niche area for myself, which is called spatial humanities, particularly what we call spatial politics, right? So that's where I'm locating my PhD studies. So in order to become a fund in this area, I'll actually be based on that, what is called spatial politics. So my expectations are linked to the fulfillment of objective number 3 in the research school, summer school, which is, and I quote, to teach the participants how to create innovative ideas and transform them into business ventures to create employment for themselves and the country. I thank you.
Very good to work with Sia as a colleague, and he's done with his work, and we're just putting some finishing touches that it should go for marking any time soon. And the next person is Pinky Lutuli. Pinky, you are here. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Akutongo Kopinki, but I go by Silondile. It's really. So I am a researcher, junior researcher employed at the Center for Rural Health and in the School of Nursing and Public Health and at the College of Health Sciences. I am a research psychologist by training. So I do a lot of research in the center on maternal and child health, child nutrition, and maternal nutrition as well. So that's where I'm at. And then in terms of my PhD, I am focusing in the area of global North and global South partnerships between higher education institutions. So that's where I'm at. I am a student registered at the University of Bergen. So quite surprised to see that you're caught with the University of Bergen. I am in my 3rd year, just supposed to be my final year, but it's happening because I am juggling between full-time employment and full-time student, which is quite a big taboo in the European sphere. And because I'm a superwoman for doing it both and still managing to do so well. So in terms of my PhD as well, I'm doing it, the structure with the University of Bergen is you have coursework, you do publications, and you do a mini dissertation. So I'm almost done with my coursework, just a few credits I need to do. And in terms of my publications, I've published the first publications. So I'm working on my 2nd publication and my 3rd publication because I'm done with data collection. And then I'll start working on my mini dissertation. So yeah, that's me. In terms of my expectations with the summer school, and interestingly enough, I just saw an advert on my work email, and I was like, actually, this will be such a great platform to engage with other researchers and other PhD students. So, because I'm based in South Africa, even though I am a student at the University of Bergen, so it's quite a lonely space for me because I don't get to interact a lot with other PhDs. So this was such a great platform to engage with other people and see what others are doing and actually form support groups, because those are very vital in this journey of PhD. So I'm really looking forward to engaging with other students, engaging with academics as well, to actually understand this academic space that we're in and what to look forward to after the PhD journey. It's always that space where after the master's as well, you always like, okay, what's next? And then you always look for the what's next once you climb this milestone. So I look forward to understand what is available out there besides the usual route of just being absorbed within academics. So thank you.
That's very good, Silondile, in terms of presentation. And I know Prof. Miani, he did present a lecture there. That's why we have this partnership with the University of Britain. It's very deep for us. And they've opened up many opportunities for us. And received some equipment from them, which has been very useful for us in terms of working and functioning. So yes, the Mbegen has got a special place in our hearts. So the next person who's coming is Tichaona Mazulu. Is he here, Tichaona? You here? Oh, excellent.
Good afternoon to all the academia. My name is Tichaona Mazulu. I am from Zimbabwe. I'm 35 years of age. Why I'm mentioning, when I got this PhD, I had always marked that at 35, I should be starting my PhD or finishing my PhD. And as the earlier speaker alluded to, I applied my PhD at around 10:15 in the School of College of Agriculture. At around 10:35, I had a response. So I applaud UKZN. I got so excited. My first degree and master's is in statistics, operations research and statistics. And I obtained it from the National University of Science and Technology, which is a local university in Zimbabwe. And I had a stint as a research officer in the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, where I worked very closely in developing systems. And fortunately, I got another elevation to work as a statistician for the Ministry of Agriculture. And for the past 6 years, I was the statistician in agriculture for the government of Zimbabwe. And today, I am a PhD student in statistics, College of Agriculture and Health Science. My expectations from the summer school is to explore the works into data science and artificial intelligence, to see the contribution that I can give, and also benefit from my fellow students. And that is mainly what I'm expecting from this school. And lastly, my interests are into policy and strategy. I also hold a master's in strategic planning and governance. And I want to explore more into policy and governance. I look forward to being a top leader in government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tichaona. Thank you so much. I also worked in government for a long time as well, 12 years in the government of Zimbabwe. as a statistician as well, until I left 20 years ago, been in the academia. So our next one is Vanessa Mabuza. I'm also supervising this, and we are supervising him, Prof. Lokia. Is Vanessa around? I saw her, she was here. Yes, please, Vanessa, please come forward.
Good afternoon to all the groundbreaking researchers. I always say when I get home that I don't want to be disturbed. I'm about to do some groundbreaking research. My name is Vanessa Mabuza, and I have a master's degree in development studies. I graduated from the University of Mpumalanga. I'm currently a PhD candidate with the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I started my journey in May 2023, and I am under the supervision of Prof. Claudia and Prof. Ntapuri, as he has mentioned. My research title, which is still developing, I'm looking into the integration of IoT, which is the Internet of Things, systems into the municipality's planned housing development. Sorry, I can't see again. Oh, into the municipality's current bulk water networks for the provision of sustainable water supply and planned housing development in the city of Mbombela. So my desired occupation is to start my own housing consulting company in the city of Mbombela. And currently I am the co-founder of Real Class SA, where we deal with supply and development of meat. And my expectation from the summer school is to come out with enough knowledge to have a proper research proposal that I can submit to higher degrees without any rejection. Yeah, and lastly, I mean, PhD is a very lonely journey. So I'd really love to create more relationships with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, for that presentation. She's making good progress as far as I can see. Our next person is Fortunate Mugane. Is she here, Fortunate? Fortunate, you here? Excellent. She's
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Fortunate, and I am a graduate from UCT. I hold a BSc degree in environmental and geographical science, atmospheric and ocean science, and I also hold an honors degree in atmospheric science. I've recently completed my master's in environmental and geographical science. My PhD, it's in its very early stages. I'm currently working on the proposal. So the topic is relating to solar radiation management. The topic relates to the use of aerosol stratospheric geoengineering for initializing the greenhouse effect. I'm very glad to be here, and I hope that this opportunity, as I've mentioned, that I'm in the very early stages, so it couldn't have come at a better time because I'm still working on a proposal. So I'm hoping that the space, gives me more knowledge, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for this. Thank you very much.
indeed, I think it's very good for her to be joining such a school, summer school. It does help a lot I can see from the program, she will gain a lot from the presentations that are going to come. The next person is going to be Austin Mwange. Austin Mwange. Austin not around. Okay, we can have Prince Muzua. Is Prince around? Prince Muzua. If not, we can ask then Jeremiah Omotoya from Ibadan. Online.
Yeah, I'm online.
Nigeria at the moment. Can you check if he's around?
He's around.
Okay.
Yes.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeremiah Omotayo. From Nigeria. Also, there's a correction in my spelling. My surname is Omotayo, not Omotoya. Yes. So I currently work at the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, NISA Ibadan, Nigeria. And then I'm a junior research fellow, but recently promoted to a research fellow too. So I work in the Political and Governance Policy Department. Now, I'm also a PhD student, PhD candidate at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, in the Department of Political Science. Yes, so my PhD addresses youth political participation. So Afro-hip-hop music and youth political participation in Lagos State. So I'm looking at Nigeria's Fourth Republic, which spanned from 1999 to 2023. So Afro-hip-hop music and youth political participation in Nigeria. So considering the fact that Africa generally has a burgeoning youth population, and largely we remain underrepresented. So I'm seeking unconventional ways, such as songs with political themes, Afro-hip-hop music with political themes, and how they inform or influence youth political participation in Nigeria, either to participate in either conventional way, unconventional way, or even new forms of political participation. Yes, so I'm under the supervision of Professor Olajide Akonji. I hold a bachelor's degree in political science from the Redeemers University, and also my master's in political science, focusing on public administration from the University of Ibadan. Now, so my expectation from this summer school, I'm curious about indigenous ways, homegrown ways, methodologies on how to address many of African challenges. From what during the presentation in the morning, I learned the fact that, yes, we are going to be engaged with methodologies, homegrown methodologies, and which is curious, and I think is important, such that the Global North also can learn from Global South as well. Also knowing more about artificial intelligence and all of the learning from my fellow colleagues in this summer school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah, and sorry for that spelling mistake on there. I think the colleagues here are going to correct that. Yeah, and thank you. And I like the way our Nigerian colleagues, they work very hard. I used to work with some few colleagues at the University of Limpopo, very hardworking guys. So the next speaker is William Yamoa. Is he around, William, online? William, are you around? From Ghana, we're expecting from Ghana. If we don't have William, we can have Fola Mosako, also in Ibadan, or from the University of Ibadan. If around, Fola, can you present your case? If not, we can go to, you must forgive me, this one is a bit difficult to pronounce, you must forgive me. I can't know if the continent is big, eh? It's Bondong from University of Ghana. Rigobert, like the footballer, there was the Rigobert, a footballer some years ago, Rigobert. you're not around, Recobet, we can have, this one is from the University of Addis Ababa, Magda Vikal. Magda, are you here? I think we're coming to the end of our program if none of them are around, colleagues. And I would like to thank you for these introductions. And this is an opportunity, very good an opportunity to network. I once also had some networks just in closing. I met some people at the University of Brown, also like a summer school. From that summer school, I'm still in touch with those guys. Many years ago, but we still do collaborations. One of them was from Argentina. I've been to Argentina 2-3 times. And the other one is in India. I've been to India also 2-3 times. Just exchanging these cards, you don't say, yes, let's keep in touch. And we've done projects together. We went again to Brown University after putting up together a proposal, and we got funding to go to Brown and do our presentation. So take this summer school very seriously. It may yield quite a lot for you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you again, Prof. Please let's give him a good round of applause. He has been doing a lot of work. I see, Prof, you got your steps in today, going back and forth. I'm sure you must have achieved your goal of the steps. So moving on quickly, and just also a big thank you to all the candidates. That's what Prof. Masuku said, we shouldn't call you students. Sometimes students sound juvenile. I mean, hearing what you guys have gone through, students is not what you should be qualified. You should be qualified superheroes and how will I call it, academic freedom fighters, if I can say that as well. Or as we said, groundbreaking researchers, academic freedom fighters. But well done to each and every one of you. It's quite interesting to know the variety and the diverse research that is going on, and it's quite potent and very appreciative, learning new words too and everything. So thank you to each and everyone who presented their work. Now we're going into the part of what we call about reflection of the doctoral journey from recent PhD graduates. There are a few of them on the list. In fact, I'm on the list as well. You guys are now wondering how old or young is this guy? Don't be fooled by the white hair. You know, I am quite young. This is due to stress from students and loss of hair. Yeah, students make your life quite difficult. No, I'm just joking. And there are a few of us who are here to encourage you, just to tell you how our own paths went, because I noticed even when some of you were presenting, you were saying part of the things you need to gain from this school is to have some kind of collaboration and networking, because you said it's a lonely journey. I heard that a lot too during my own time, that lonely journey. So we're here to actually encourage you and to actually show you how we went through it. Some of us really had some interesting stories. But before I get to myself, I'm going to just call on two people who will talk. They are doctors too. They've attained their doctorship. And I want to start with a Dr. Tolbert Musheri online. Is Dr. Tolbert Musheri online? Are they online? No. Okay. How about the Dr. Mbogeni Shlongwa? Dr. Mbogeni Shlongwa, are you online? Oh, here? Okay, Dr. Mbogeni is here. Thank you. Can we please clap for him so he can come and give us his own reflection on his PhD work?
The one that was in the back.
Okay, great. Okay.
is shown Zoom.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to everyone. I'm glad you made everyone speak. It's not just me. I also realize now, having seen some few faces who are part of this journey, why their offices are always locked. Spay, Mrs. Lameni, always difficult to pin down. I attended 2 of these sessions myself 2-3 years back, and I found them to be extremely beneficial, particularly on aspects of research methodology. That was one area that I struggled. Also, just the combination of your theory and your conceptual analysis. So looking at the instruments that were introduced when you attended these sessions, I thought that was of great value. It's a prestigious club. It's an exclusive club with the PhD space. It's quite competitive as well. It requires extreme discipline and sacrifice from yourselves. Your commitment, your attendance, you are a testimony of that. Your attendance today is an indication of your commitment to the cause. It requires extreme tolerance. There is indeed high percentage of dropout. So it's an area of huge frustration to the supervisors. It's that focal area that I want to reflect on and talk to you about, because they go through a lot of frustrations themselves. Taking a PhD candidate is a huge risk to a supervisor, because it speaks to the supervisor's KPIs. So you really need to nurture and maintain very good relationship in this process. And without the guidance, proper guidance from the supervisor, it becomes a very difficult journey and process. You require multiple sounding boards. It doesn't have to be a lonely journey. It is in many instances. But you also need to identify a few individuals that will support you throughout the process, where you could test ideas and concepts at different stages of your work. I found, in particular, as I said, I was struggling a bit with the theory, application of theory. You understand your work because it was part of what I was dealing with on a daily basis, but to link it to theory and do proper analysis and interpretation in the end, I found it to be a bit difficult. But there were students that were highly gifted that the supervisor introduced to myself, and these were my sounding boards. I don't want to spend time talking about work, time, family. You have to juggle across those areas because life goes on. I just want to talk about the role of the supervisor, as I indicated. This is, of course, if I can move the slide. They are always presented as monsters. You often find statements like, he or she is never available, they're tired, they never read my work. He does not appreciate the time and energy I put into this process, particularly if you've written 50 pages and the review suggests that you should start afresh. It's only 2 pages of this that makes sense. There is also a feeling that they don't respond to your queries. But we need to understand as well as candidates that this is, I think I've said this, it's highly competitive. There are numerous applicants throughout the process. Wherever the supervisor or academics are, as part of their ongoing networking, there is always expressed interest in doing PhDs. It has become fashionable So everyone wants to do PhD, and it's good. It's a necessary transformational instrument for our education system and the work environment in general. So they won't run short of applicants. They are also not forced to accept anyone. We need to have that appreciation. The fact that you are here means you've crossed that hurdle. You are now part of the system, and you really need to, going forward, and show a level of respect and good interaction and relationship with the supervisor. Let's look at the work they do themselves. It's not just you as a candidate. They are supervising undergraduates, they are supervising honors, masters. There are also external students that they are responsible for. It's a lot of work. They teach, they have to prepare, they do academic reviews, because that is how they get abreast of disciplines that they're involved in. They are involved in networking, they have to attend conferences locally, overseas, etc. So it takes a lot of time being an academic to juggle in between all these responsibilities. There's a family to look after and to nurture and to grow. The net result is that there's limited time to support you as a candidate. But when you get that time, just make sure you use that time optimally. You don't share and lament on personal stories that will not advance your chapters and your PhD. So it's a limited time, you need to be aware. It's very easy to get angry with the responses that you get. You need to manage your anger and curiosity. We are dealing with human beings here who could equally adopt that same attitude, and it doesn't help us. You also need to utilize things like we now have the WhatsApps and other social media instruments within proper boundaries, of course. You could just state in a message, I've submitted chapter 3, kindly be reminded to look into this. Send a message within the correct hours of the day, it helps. It is in your interest. The supervisors also tend to tease your mind constantly. You need to understand that they constantly want to stimulate debates. When we all say this is a projector, he would say, or she would say, this is something else. And she would want to understand, why do you say this is a projector? So you need to understand that this is a way of getting you to engage in proper discourse and do thorough research. You also need to make their lives easy. You know, in the assessment of chapters that you submit, there's lots of electronic work that gets submitted. It's good. Then in that way, they can easily assess how you are doing with your spelling improvements, etc., your sources. But also try and print some documents so that whatever leisure time the supervisor has, he or she is able to just look at few paragraphs and make proper comments. It helps, it's in your interest. Ultimately, the product that you develop and generate transmits very quickly to the global space. And you don't want to regret that you have something out there that your supervisor will not be proud of, and yourself, after a couple of years of growth, when you look back, you feel like if there was a way I could retract or retrieve this thesis, because it's of such poor quality. So when they say cool down, don't rush, everyone wants to complete the PhD within the shortest space of time. They understand the system. You also don't want to draw unnecessary academic attention into this work, because in your excitement would also be, as readers, be curious why your thesis is complete in 2 years. What is so extraordinary about this a candidate or student? And in that way, we start reading, we start picking up that your references are not up to scratch. You didn't do different critical aspects of your research work. So it's your pride. It will ever be there. And when you go back, you need to behave, and your supervisor should behave with it. In your second page, this is, you've said, thanks, Prof. Chize, for being with me in this long journey and supporting me. So please have that appreciation that it's something that reflects on you for the longest time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Doc. That is very refreshing. And this thing has frozen. Yeah, I need some technical assistance here because this thing has frozen. Doc, looks as if you've given us too much knowledge here. The laptop is overloaded. Okay. Thank you. Thank you again, Doc, for that. That was good. I hope you learned a bit or got a few things from his experience. And I am going to share my experience with you just a bit. And I will try and do it maybe in another 5-7 minutes. So I wouldn't want to take too much of your time because I know after food, the energy reduces, people try to sleep and get a bit too relaxed. As you guys would already know, I did say my name is Lawrence Ogunsanya. I have a PhD in actually town planning. My background actually is in architecture. I am a trained architect, professional architect, registered architect in South Africa. I've been practicing for almost years. And yeah, it seems that you guys are awake. Yes, it's been so years. So yes, I stumbled back into the university after working as an architect and came back. I did my master's in housing. And after doing my master's in housing, I'll be very honest, I did the master's in housing because I needed to stay in the country. For some of you might not know, my name gives me away. I'm not from South Africa, I'm from Nigeria. So my Nigerian brothers who are there, who they almost manage to call your names well, it's all good. We get used to it. You should see how they call my name. I have many derivatives of my surname. So that's why I just say, just stick to Lawrence. So after doing the master's, I practiced again as in my architecture field. 2010 was a very good year for people in the profession. I mean, we were swinging and balling, as you guys would call it, making it rain. Then I decided to do my PhD. And I've always been interested because I have this mentor, Professor Adebayo. He had major degrees in all the major disciplines of the built environment. So I was inspired by him. So he also had architecture, he had housing, and he had town planning. So I decided to do a PhD in town planning. And that was sometime in, I think, 2014, 2015, when I actually decided. But before that, I thought about it and they said, why don't you join the university? This was around 2012. Like, you know, university will be a perfect place for you to be able to share your ideas, get your PhD done in time. You know, it's amazing how people can sell you stuff when they need you, eh? So I got it to be, I became a permanent academic staff here in 2012 at the discipline of architecture. And I thought, yeah, PhD would be something great. But thank God for my previous colleague who has told me it is not always easy. And the supervisor I had was very, very busy. And thank you for sharing the fact that me being an academic now, and I now supervise people, I understand the stress even supervisors go through. And this journey called PhD, yes, many people will say it's a lonely journey, but it's important for you to find what I call your tribe. Find your people. You need people. You know that statement that says if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go with people. And that is what a PhD is. The PhD is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's a marathon. And sometimes you may feel that you're just running this thing alone and there's no one else to support you. But you will be surprised that there's so many of you running alone, thinking that you're alone. But all you have to do is just find your tribe. And it starts from here, where you have these type of events and collaborations and networking. It's very important. If it's just one person that you get details for, you find a way of how you guys can communicate and share ideas. You don't always have to have the same topic. You know, sometimes you'll be like, I'm looking for someone who can be in the same field. No, everybody doing a PhD, when you look at the structure of a PhD, the general structure of PhD theses are pretty much the same. The content can be different, of course. The research and the content can be different, but it all goes down the same way. Every PhD needs a theoretical framework. Every PhD needs a literature review. Every PhD needs findings. Every PhD needs conclusions. All those type of things are all there. And that's where you can bounce off each other. That's why for me, it was very important to find your tribe. I mean, some of you that have come here, I know maybe some of you are in relationships. You might have husbands, boyfriend, and sometimes they'll look at you and say, hey, this PhD, né? You know, when they see you reading and they might not understand anything that you're doing. Yes, they may love you, they may support you. Even your children will say, oh, mom, you're great, or your dad, you're great, but they don't have a single idea of what you're going through. Even something will like, why don't you just give it up? This thing is not making us any money. You know, there you are stressing your head, pulling your head. I think a lady, the one that works in Bergen, she was saying you are seen as a superwoman because you don't juggle. It's madness. But in this side of this world, we have to juggle. Even if you get that wonderful funding that they say your fees are paid for, but we need to pay rent, and there's also feeding, yeah, and there's also kids, yeah, and there's also black tax, yeah, and there's also extended family, yeah, and all those ones you don't really like, but you have to pay for them, yeah. You understand? All that is all inclusive. So it's important, and I can't stress it well enough. Find your tribe. There are many people, what we call support groups. People who would make you accountable. Just saying, what are you doing today? How is it going? Sometimes you might not be lucky with supervisors. Some supervisors are available, some will never be available. Some are supportive, some are not. That's why this journey becomes your own and you need to find your tribe. I can't stress that more than enough. Another thing that helped me along the way is that irrespective of how busy you are, I found that as human beings, if we make time for something, it would happen. Yes, it would definitely happen. I see all of us here. I mean, if we make time just to breathe, we'll be alive. If we make time just to do some shopping, we'll be there. Some of us have other things that drive us. I always say, try and see if your PhD can be part of that drive. And it's just sometimes maybe 5 minutes a day. You know, we always look for that immense drive that I can write 20, 12 pages and be so excited. The truth of the matter is that you won't get that every day. Some days you struggle to even write a sentence, but make that time every day. I've been in situations when I said I make that time and I look at my laptop, there's nothing happening. It looks at me, I look at it. You know, the next thing you find out what's going on YouTube, let me find out what's going on social media, all those things happen. But despite the fact that sometimes I might do something else, but I still come back to that time that I've made for my thesis. So I write one word, I write a sentence, I make that time. So what am I talking about? Consistency. Because after a while, that 5 minutes or that 10 minutes that you thought you couldn't do anything, it would come to you. You see, this body is very funny. If you make it do stuff, it will do it. It's like going to the gym. Some of us don't want to go to the gym. Some of us love our 1-pack. And there's nothing wrong with the 1-pack. Who cares about the 6-pack? Amen, brother. Thank you. You understand? But the thing is just that when you go consistently, it's not about day 1. It's about the other days. Even the day 2, when you go there and all you sit around is look at people jump around and you're looking so bad and feeling sorry for yourself. The most important thing is that you made it to the gym and you will come back again and again and again. So that consistency helps you out. So find your tribe. Be consistent, even if it's 5 pages a day. And that tribe is the tribe that will keep you accountable. Down. So, but I noticed what my other colleague has said. It's not really how fast you get there, it's how consistent you get there. Because if you're consistent, you will definitely get there. And you would find that tribe who would encourage you, even if it's 5 or 6 years, even if you see people dancing with their high heels and you say, hey, we started all together and that person has finished. God, Lord, what's wrong with me? It doesn't matter. The most important thing, it's your journey. Be consistent, finish it. Okay. That's the way you have to do it. And no one else will do it but you. But your tribe encourages you. Your consistency encourages you. So when I finish, the rewards are great. Because for me, too many people have prophesied on my life that I was a professor and a doctor. Can you imagine going into meetings and you're in charge of a discipline? You meet professors and doctors and they will say, Professor Lawrence, what do you have to say? I'm like, I'm not a professor yet. I'm still, after a while, I just gave up. I just said, yes, I'm professor. I'm Professor Lawrence, yes, even though I don't have the degree. But that encouraged me to get there quick. So irrespective of how you juggle things, always just try and make that time, even if it's 5 minutes a day. Make it every day. Find your tribe to make it consistent. I say, have you done your 15 minutes today? It's like doing cardio. Have you done your steps? The moment you get into the rhythm of that, the moment you will get to finish it. And please don't be nice on the people who don't understand you. You know, family, friends, they'll be like, what is all this reading? Where is it going to get to? By the time you become a doctor, they're the ones doing it. There when they're dancing, like, hey, I was there, I knew you would do it. Yeah, right. But it's very rewarding when you do get there, because most importantly, when you do get your PhD, it's not just about the personal growth, it's also about the impact it does to the society that you're working in. And I'm happy that it's doing that for me. And it's good to be part of this elite club, as we say. So I encourage everybody, you online, that you will get there. Don't give up, even though it might look like as if it's a dark hole. I keep on saying that thing. Find your tribe, be consistent, and I'm sure you will get there. Thank you. All right. So I'm putting my program director hat back on again. We're going to now talk about research integrity, but I'm not sure, do you want us to have a break, Prof, or should I continue fire ahead? Because is Professor John Langer around online? Is he around to talk about research integrity and ethical conduct? But I don't know if you want us to take a little break before then. Okay, so my leader has given me the authority. We need to take a little break, but is Professor Langer around? Is he online? Professor, we just need to take a 15-minute break. Is that fine, Prof? 15 or 10?
Can you hear me?
It's fine. 10 minutes. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break for people to just stretch their legs. We'll come back and we'll listen to you, sir. Thank you. So 10 minutes, people. So we should be here latest by 3:25. Okay. Then we'll pick it up from there. Thanks. Okay, we're back from our extended tea break. Prof. John Langer, are you still there, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, great. We are sorry for keeping you waiting. We are back now. So I think a few of us have started, but I want to start because I don't want to keep you waiting longer. Apologies on that. So Prof is going to take us through a short session about research integrity and ethical conduct for doctoral studies. So for us that are here, please, can we please clap for Professor John Langer? Prof, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogunsayo Saya. I got it right? I want to start by expressing my gratitude to professors. Hold on. Prof. Mutapuri and Professor Maeni and Lawrence yourself for inviting me. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Great, great. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to these, to use the words of Lawrence, the freedom fighters, the emerging scholars of the African continent and beyond. Thank you very much. As Dr. Ogunsaya said, I am Professor Johannes John Langba. I'm the director of the College of Humanities Doctoral Academy here at UKZN. I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about research integrity, what I usually call scientific integrity as well, and the ethical conduct of doctoral studies. I have some notes, so I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I will just speak from my notes. So by way of outline, I would like to talk about research integrity in doctoral research, what research integrity means, and what is not research integrity. Then ethical considerations in doctoral research, why we engage in the ethical conduct of doctoral research studies, what are some of the key principles of research ethics involving human participants, what are some of the ethical considerations you should consider when you conduct your study that involves human participants. The whole issue of informed consent is key in the social and behavioral sciences and the humanities, what that means and what do we mean by informed consent, either verbal or written. And I'll go through this. I think I have, Doctor, how much time do I have? I think 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes. Yes, sir. So what is research integrity? And sometimes people say, what is scientific integrity? Not to put the art in the back burner, but what is meant by integrity in research, especially at the doctoral level? It is the responsible conduct of research. So it encompasses several dimensions, matters related to data, that is collection of data, management of data, how you store your data, how you share your data, who owns the data. Then there are issues of authorship and publication practices, right? Including the use of appropriate and respectful terminology, especially in Africa. We have to be careful on how we report our findings. If you report your findings and one particular population group is stigmatized or labeled in such a way that it is derogatory, it's not ethical. It's not research integrity. For us as academics, and even some of you are lecturers already, the issue of mentoring, and I think the colleagues alluded to this. Some of the doctoral students that were reflecting on their time in this doctoral summer school series. The relationship between the mentor and the protege, which is the mentee, the supervisor and student relationship in terms of behavior, responsibility, and relationship. I think the two colleagues that spoke about their experience as a doctoral student really cements the discussion around that and what you should be considering. I have, I'm not here because of, by way of luck. I'm here because I supervise a student who I recommended to attend this summer school in Norway a couple of years ago, I think 2015, 2016, I was at UCT. And he was supposed to present, but I encouraged the organizer to invite him. He's Zimbabwean, he's now in Zimbabwe, doing very well. Dr. Tolbert Mucheri, I'm not sure if he's in the room, but he went to the Bergen summer school, and I think he ended up becoming the vice president of the little student union that they had. But I know what impact that made in his completing his doctoral studies within the minimum time. So research or scientific integrity also involves money, fiscal accountability, issues around conflict of interest. You must recognize and declare and manage your financial conflict of interest in such a way that you declare them. And financial here means even the scholarship you receive, the bursary, the grant you receive to conduct research, right? It's for you to conduct research because your research is meant to contribute to knowledge. But if you go and buy a Mercedes-Benz with the bursary funding and then do wishy-washy research, it's not, good research and it's not research with integrity. How you use the research grant funding as well, especially for us. I mean, I'm picking on doctoral students, but principal investigators have the responsibility. We have a responsibility to spend the money in compliance with the relevant rules and regulations in keeping with the goals. And these days, funders are cracking down on that. Some of us that already have a PhD, but some of you that are trying to get a PhD, you might not get a PhD if you misappropriate some of these funds. And it all ties down to research integrity as well, because the funding is for research. So the requirement for research, scientific or research integrity, applies in full to all types of research. As higher education institutions, we have a responsibility in South Africa here. There are laws that govern that in terms of laws that prevent dishonesty and promote honesty and research integrity. They are there, and you can be sanctioned for that. All higher education institutions in South Africa and probably elsewhere, have policies in place for handling suspicions and accusations of scientific dishonesty. At UKZN, we have whistleblower policy as well. And this does not just apply to doctoral research. We're talking about research, in general, researchers in general. So that's really what scientific or research integrity is, trying to address all those and taking into consideration some of what I've just alluded to. So what is not research integrity? What is, when you say you did not conduct your research with integrity, right? The first one is research misconduct, right? And colleagues like Macrina and other colleagues have defined this as fabrication, falsification, plagiarism in proposing, performing, or reviewing research or reporting the research results. What do they mean by fabrication? Making up data or results and recording or reporting them in the way you report them. Falsification, manipulating the research materials, the equipment, the processes. You're supposed to conduct research, you've been lazy, you did not go there, and you sat at home, you did your own interview. You are falsifying the research results. Or sometimes providing quotes for participants, or even some of us that conduct quantitative data, entering answering the questionnaires, sitting in your bedroom. The whole issue of plagiarism. What do we mean by that? I mean, I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but it's the appropriation of another person's idea, processes, result, or words without giving them appropriate credit. So either the person, the author, the researcher. But a point of caution or note, research misconduct does not necessarily include honest error. I mean, we are human. We are not perfect. You can make honest error, and that's not, research misconduct, and that can be proven if there's a whistleblower policy, and also differences in opinion. I mean, you can disagree with your supervisor or another researcher, and you believe that this caused that. That's not misconduct. It's just differences in opinion. There's dishonesty. Dishonesty involves contravention of the quest for truth in the name of science, right? The policymakers need the finding to say whatever intervention they've implemented worked, right? Or for some of us who want to publish, we're under pressure to publish, and you falsify, you contravene because the results of the PhD students' research or your research is not what you expected, right? You contravene the truth. So there are clear differences between several breaches of, as a result of negligence, sordidness to academic misconduct, which are different, right? Research misconduct is different from academic misconduct, where obviously you did something wrong in terms of the way you supervise the student. You did not give the proper supervision to the student, and the student eventually failed. That's different from. But when you tamper with the research evidence, right? That's not scientific integrity. But there are several examples of negligence, right? That can be cracked down by the university or cracked upon by the university. Such examples are intentional, grossly negligent breaches of standards, including fabrication and falsification of data and plagiarism. This universities take seriously, and you wouldn't get a PhD if you do that. Fabrication, falsification, plagiarism. Right? We recently had this is key because with the advent of AI, ChatGPT, PhD students use that, right? There's a blurred line now between plagiarism and using AI. One of our students in our school used ChatGPT, and the supervisors found out, and he honestly said, and he's lucky, it's not under examination. I used ChatGPT, but I changed a little bit here and there. Is that plagiarism? He got away with it because it's the review process. This was a chapter he submitted to the supervisors, and the supervisor looked at it and said, this is not making sense. This is too good for this particular student. Supervisors know this student. And he confessed and was honest about it. But if it was under examination and that doctoral thesis was sent out for examination, that student will not, at least in Africa, not get a PhD ever. So you have to be careful on how you cite and how you use AI. I'm not going to go into plagiarism, which I believe you are senior students, and I've said one or two words about it, But what I can say is, a plagiarist undermines not only his or her own reputation as a researcher, but also the credibility of the research and the institution. Referencing. What is not research integrity? What we call bad or not so good referencing practices. You are in training, in doctoral training, and the whole training is to teach you or train you or practice how to reference appropriately so you are not accused of plagiarism. So all writers, right, PhD students or researchers, regardless of whether they are mature or professionals or students or established supervisors, should strive for and are accountable to good referencing practices. We are all obliged to give the most accurate references possible to the literature that we use. Right? Use a quote. You need to say it's a quote and put a page number. Right? I just must say that, like the example I gave with the student, the supervisors crack down because they can be held accountable as well. We as supervisors bear a special responsibility for following up on students' knowledge and attitude towards research ethics or data ethics. Right? The student might be sanctioned, but the supervisor also has a responsibility to make sure, and that's what those supervisors did before it goes out for external examination. And that's why we include good referencing practices. So, I have students who say, oh, well, nowadays I have the software, the software can do APA for me or Harvard, and they can just do the references, endnotes. You need to learn how to do it, right? So that you can, because there are computers, there are programs, they can make mistake, and you can't say, oh, it's the software that did the referencing for me, because you should be able to, even though the software did the referencing for you, you should be able to cross-check it and make sure that it's accurate. But also, I mean, as PhD student or even not PhD student, when you finish, you might end up in academia. Most times we end up in academia or even in industry. You have a PhD. I mean, the colleagues alluded to it's a special club, you know. 20 years ago, when I got my PhD, we used to say it's a 3% club, right? That was 2004. The 3%, welcome to the 3% club. And I believe it's even less now. Still 3% of the world population that has a PhD. So people look up to us, people look up to you. So even when you're a junior researcher, you're a junior lecturer, you're teaching undergrad, second year, and a student asks you how to reference and you say, I don't know, I was using software, it's unacceptable. So you need to learn some of these things, not just for research integrity as well. Non-disclosure of funding sources as well. I mean, these days when you publish your research or even your thesis, you need to say the NRF funded me. Because people reading your research need to know whether there's a conflict of interest. Whether the government gave you this money to do this research because they want to promote a particular policy. So transparency is key. Disclose to participants and the general public about the funder. That's why you're probably wondering why they say you need to acknowledge in your thesis or in the paper you wrote. You have to be transparent. So safeguard yourself, right? There's a lot of conflict of interest. You have to declare any conflict of interest during the publication and dissemination of the research findings. Otherwise, you undermine the integrity of the research that you've done if you don't disclose or declare conflict of interest, right? You are here in Durban, you're conducting your research, and you're supposed to interview community members, and you went and interview your own family and come back. It's a conflict of interest, right? That's the reason why you need to communicate. Also, not communicating research in a timely manner, right? It's not research integrity. You need to make sure that, I mean, some of you who are delaying in the PhD and you collected data in 2024 and you delayed the PhD. So you have the data, the university will not say, but the data is becoming stale, right? And 2030 is when you're publishing these findings. Because of one reason or the other, you delayed with your PhD. But more importantly, the other one that is not obtaining ethical approval for your research study. Especially and particularly if that research involves human participants. But even not, I mean, at UKZN, we have a policy, even if you let the research committee declare that you don't need ethical approval because you need to still complete the form. You apply for ethical approval. In some countries in the US, they call it the IRB, and they can tell you it's exempt. You are only doing even secondary data analysis. You need that, but text and data analysis, analyzing newspaper, because they need to find out even newspaper content analysis. You can harm people that are named in the article. So it's important that you apply and let the approving body say you don't need any to go through the full process. If you don't do that, it's not research integrity. So that's just a summary of what you should be thinking about when it comes to research integrity. What is research integrity and what is not research integrity? I'll move on to why you need to conduct, why the ethical conduct of research, doctoral research studies. The ethical conduct of the doctoral research study is key because addressing the ethical considerations in any research proposed or being implemented is tantamount to high research integrity or high scientific integrity. Right? So ethical approval or addressing the ethical consideration should not be seen as a burden on the researcher or the research team. It should be seen as the responsible conduct of research. Remember, that's the definition I gave of what research integrity is, the responsible conduct of research. Sometimes it's an obligation as PhD student regulation here at our university, but in some instances, it's a legal responsibility in some countries and in some communities. But lastly, it's just the right thing to do in order to protect human participants in research studies. That's why, as PhD students, we emphasize the ethical conduct of your doctoral research study. But what are the key principles of research ethics, which I believe you've done, in honors, masters? Yeah. All research ethic codes and regulations advocate for 3 fundamental principles: respect for persons, which is human participants, beneficence, and justice. You have to respect the participant. And these principles don't only apply to individuals when you conduct individual research with individuals. It also applies to communities at large. You can't marginalize or stigmatize communities by your research, even though you collected research with a number of community members, but then you make generalizations about the community. But there is also particular vulnerable populations that are being classed as vulnerable. Refugees, children, pregnant women, they require special protection. If you're conducting research with them, the ethical approval process is lengthy. So what do we mean by respect? Respect for persons, respect for communities. You need to give them autonomy. You need to give them, you need to address their self-determination. You need to make sure that they have the capacity to decide and make choices about, participating in your research. You need to maintain their dignity. You need to respect the community and their local culture. Beneficence is about benefit. What's the benefit of the participants or communities participating in your study? Right. If the risk of participating outweighs the benefit, then don't conduct the study. And benefits are usually physical, social, psychological. You need to reduce harm. The primary responsibility of researcher or doctoral students, all of us, is to protect the people who conduct research with. The benefits of the community where the research is conducted should be key. And obviously justice. You need to distribute the risk and benefits of the research that you're going to conduct, or even the findings. First, the risk of participating needs to be, you can't just come and say, I'm going to conduct research with a particular population when this community is a very diverse population, but I only just want to conduct research with Black people. You need to, not to say you can't do that, but you need to justify why. If, for example, your research is about smoking and other smoking-related behaviors, and this community is very diverse. In South Africa, we have the population group, white, colored, Indian, and so on, and Black and African. And you say, I only want to conduct research with Black students in a high school because I understand that they smoke. But it's smoking behavior not universal among these students. So you need to make, if you can justify that, that's fine. So the risk of participating, then the benefit, because when the benefits, let's say there's a program intervention, it will only go to the Black student. So you need to engage in equitable recruitment of research participants, except you can justify why there's no equitable recruitment. Obviously, you need to provide special protection for vulnerable groups. And like I said, this includes pregnant women, children, prisoners. I've conducted research in the prison, the largest prison in Durban here. Women in certain circumstances, GBV survivors, refugee women, the mentally ill, people, these are all vulnerable populations that are protected. People with disabilities, even poor people, poor communities are considered vulnerable communities because we all come in, because I know I will give every participant a 50 rand and they will not say no because they want the 50 rand. You're exploiting them. People with limited education. That's why we emphasize that at most, when you do your informed consent form, at a minimum, not at most, at a minimum, the language should be at grade 5 level. Conducting research with commercial sex workers, transactional sex workers, they are vulnerable population, so they are special protection. The critically ill, people with difficult access to health and social services, And this is particularly in health research, right? They have difficult access to particular treatments, so I'm coming here now to test the drug. That's why they are protected, so we don't exploit them. So in short, your doctoral studies, especially there's a section in your proposal, or if you're already writing your thesis, where you need to have a subsection, most times it's in the methodology chapter at the end, or before the limitations of the study, where you address this ethical consideration. One of them, the first one is human participant protection, and this is just at a minimum. Human participants protection talks about how the ethical approval process. This is why you state whether you applied for ethics and when and why is it. If you're a student in South Africa at UKZN and you are conducting research in Kenya, you need to have, our university gives you ethical approval, then you need to have approval with NACOSTI, the National Ethics Committee in Kenya. There's the principle of do no harm. You need to talk about how you're going to minimize the risks of participation, right? And these risks are physical, psychological, social risks. Then you need to talk about the benefits of the study, benefits of participating in the study. You need to explain how you're going to ensure informed consent, either written and or verbal, depending on the population. So participants are supposed to be given all the information they require to make a reasonable understanding of the research, of the consequences of participating in the study, and the purpose of the research. And in some, I've done this, you need to also say this research is funded by, the UK government. So they need to know. You need to talk about voluntary participation. These are all subsections in that section of your thesis, where you explain that people are participating in your study at their own volition. You're not coercing them to to participate in the study because you are this PhD student who has come back to your community, right? And they just want you to have a PhD. You need to give participants privacy. Privacy, what do we mean by privacy? Privacy in data collection, analysis, and dissemination. Privacy does not necessarily mean that because you sat in a quiet place, but someone in the next room can hear the interview being conducted. I often tell students, people can identify who the speaker is from their voice. Some of us, a lot of the students I teach, when I play them this video without looking at the video, they will say it's Prof. John Langba. So you need to protect the data. Or privacy also means that you can go sit under a tree, right? And you're asking victims of sexual violence about their experience of sexual violence when the husband is next door. If the partner. Anonymity, which I can go into, the participants should be anonymous as much as possible in the way you collect the data, in the way you disseminate the data, the quotes if it's qualitative, and even in quantitative studies. You need to aggregate the data so that people's responses cannot be linked back to them. Confidentiality, what does that mean? And this is where students often conflate this one. What is anonymity and confidentiality? Anonymity is you are not collecting any identifiers. Identifier means you don't ask participants for their ID numbers, their name, where they are from. Confidentiality is making sure that the data is treated with confidentiality. Meaning you need to secure the data. If it's qualitative and you've recorded people's voices and their audio, you need to password code that one. Only you and your supervisor should have access to that code. You might think, oh, okay, I ensured anonymity. I did not collect data identifiers. I did not ask them what their name is, but people can listen, like I just said. If you interview me and you leave my data with my students, the video or the audio with my student, they will know it's me. I don't need to call my name during the interview. The last one I want to emphasize is deception. As PhD students, you're going out there, do not deceive participants, right? You are conducting a study on spaces in Umlazi, spaces that have been used, and you're trying to find out the spatial, digital humanities, and you promise them that after my research, right, KZN provincial government is coming, we build houses for you. Those unrealistic and far-fetched, I'm just giving that example, not to pick on that particular example, especially studies on service delivery. You need to make sure that you explain. If something comes, fine, but don't make promises, far-fetched promises that after the research, something is going to be done about this issue that I'm trying to explain. Right? When you become an activist, when you finish your PhD, you can go back there, be an activist, conduct the data, and go back and do some advocacy around that. So I'm going to pick on and conclude with informed consent, which I think I'm passionate about, that participants should have informed consent. So we have a template at the university, the ethics committee will give it to you, but at a minimum for some of you, the elements of an informed consent form, you need to identify who you are. I am this, so I'm a PhD student conducting this research. You need to describe the study. You need to state the risk and benefit of the study on the informed consent. You need to explain confidentiality and how you're going to assure those, and anonymity, privacy and voluntary participation. There are alternatives for not participating in the study, especially when this study comes with some incentive or compensation. If you're going to give compensation, you need to explain why you're giving compensation and what it is. Usually good research, we discourage hefty compensation because it's tantamount to coercing people to participate even if they don't want to participate, especially in poor communities. You need to state your contact information on the informed consent form. Also, I spoke about grade 5 language, local and culturally appropriate language. If possible, you need to translate the informed consent form and even your data collection tools or instrument into the preferred language or language of the participant. So it should be comprehensive, and you need to have them sign, and you have to retain the documentation in case someone asks you. I'm almost done. I think I'll conclude with that, and to say
no problem. I'll conclude.
Yeah, with informed consent. Informed consent is consent that is given by a competent research study participant or individual or community who has received the information about the study, has adequately understood the information, after considering the information has arrived at a decision to participate or not to participate. So it's a communication process between the researcher or the researchers and the participant. And it should start before the study is initiated, right? And this communication process must continue throughout the study. The participants should be able to communicate with you and contact you to say, I'm not going to continue anymore. I want to terminate my participation. That provision should be there. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Prof.
Asante sana. Nkosi kakulu. Merci beaucoup.
You have endowed us with a lot of knowledge this afternoon. I'm sure this thing is being recorded, so we'll need to watch it again and unpack it. But I do believe if there's for future consultation, I hope you'll be available to us in the next 10 days, in which we can be able to liaise with you on some of the things that you've raised. Thank you very much again, Prof. Langba. And thank you also for pronouncing my name well.
Yeah, I will stop by one of these days. Today I was something came up.
Yes, we're going to move on now to the final item of the day. I hope you guys are still with me. Still got energy. All right, we're still here. So the last person that is going to speak to us is going to be a short one, I promise you, okay? Because I know some of you have to leave. We've got traffic and all those type of things, and it's been a long day. So I'll quickly call Dr. Edmore Intini, who would now speak to us on the guidelines of the doctoral research project. So please, with your very tired hands, please, round of applause one more time for Dr. Intini to come and talk to us. Thank you. Thanks, Doc.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am sure I'm coming to you very clear. I would like to address you with maximum precision, taking into account that we are all tired. I want to focus on the guidelines for the PhD project. Our assumption is that by now, you have gone through the preliminary work with your supervisors. You have agreed on the topic, the background, the research problem, the aims, objectives, and research questions. You have also agreed on the methodology, the theoretical frameworks. And at any time, or perhaps you have gone through a stage where the proposal has been completed, it has been presented in the department, critiqued by your colleagues, and that it has been sent to the reviewers for their role, one internal, one external. Some would even have 3, 2 external. And also that from that stage, it is submitted to the higher degrees committee for their approval. It is a process where we simply facilitate and ensure that the writing officially starts. And as soon as the higher degrees committee is approved, communication is relayed to you of any slight changes in the wording of the topic or so, and then you apply for ethical clearance immediately. Our understanding is that it has become smoother now, faster, and it is well facilitated as long as you ensure that all the annexures and supporting documents are attached. There has been a new requirement now in place that you must obtain an ethics training certificate. This has become compulsory. And if all your annexures are there and that one is not there, the speaker will not allow it to proceed. We are fully aware of the guidelines pertaining to the chapters 1 to 5. But you see, at PhD, it may not end at chapter 5, where you say, okay, chapter 1, introduction, 2, literature review, 3, theoretical framework, 4, methodology, 5, data presentation and analysis, or 6. Depending on the amount of data that you need to analyze, present and analyze, the chapters may increase to 7. And when that happens, be ready to know that obviously that chapter on data analysis will be divided into 2. And those chapters can also increase to 8, depending on the study, because some will say you are conducting a national study, PhD, national. Therefore, we want a chapter dedicated to the nation or country you are studying. So let's move fast forward. You are the student who is hardworking, focused, and you are prioritizing your PhD. 2.5 years gone, and you know you are saying, I shall not register beyond 3 years. 2.5 years. Intention to submit, forms are completed, including the appointment of examiners by your supervisor. once that is submitted and approved, it's very clear. Within 6 months, it is coming and ready to go for examinations. Now, point of submitting for examination, simple things that you also be expected is that the thesis itself, the Turnitin report, the supervisor's report, the appointment of examiners, proof of publication, at least one article. What does this mean? Will you allow yourself to be delayed graduation because you have not published one paper? And as soon as the chapter on the theory, the conceptual framework, and the literature review are complete, a paper must go. That's a safety measure. If you are going to wait and say, no, let me get field data and then come up with a paper, the chances are that the journals will foul you. They may delay. It is very possible that you can do that, and we also expect the ethical clearance certificate to be already issued. The one that you will guide you, that will take to the field, you cannot go with it into the field without that one. It is also very important for you to publish more than one. And if you take it seriously, it is part of guaranteeing that your thesis will pass, because publishing from a thesis adds to the quality of your thesis. When you submit, instead of giving them evidence of one paper submission, you are giving them 4. You attach 4. This is what I've done. And they like that one. Examiners are happier with candidates who do that. Now, under examination, remain calm. They are given a time frame of 6 weeks. 3 examiners, 1 internal to UKZN. And the second one is external within South Africa or anywhere in Africa. And the third one is international. Fast forward, the results are back. All must agree that your thesis passes, all of them. Or there could be alternatives. 1, all agree that it passes as is, 0 corrections. They can also agree that it passes with revisions. All of them might demand revision, 1 of them or 2 of them. The other one will be end of the road. It has failed. And this is a rare situation. Ladies and gentlemen, with this precision, allow me to walk down. Thank you.
Thank you for that precision. I think I need some of that precision to myself. I know most of you were like, hey, when he mentioned the third option, it's a fail. He said it's a rare occasion, so please relax. Don't lose heart. Mostly it comes back with revisions and it's to your supervisor, but you do have the occasional fail on, but for things to fail, that means even you didn't even liaise with your supervisor. Your supervisor must have been really tired of you and said, you know what, you're on your own. So that's usually those type of cases. But anyway, thank you for that, Dr. Mtini. And I know we're supposed to have another session with Prof. Langba, but he would be available during the week, so we can reprogram that for the next 10 days. So it is safe for me to say we have come to the end of today's event. I know you are all tired, but I appreciate all of you for being here and waiting till this late. I really hope, even for those who are online too, I appreciate you guys for staying also to this time. I really hope you've learned something today. I know I've learned something. I always believe in life, even though I've achieved my PhD, there's always something new to learn and there's always something new to share. Like I started off, that this event is about knowledge sharing, knowledge creation, and also knowledge fusing, and also networking. So we keep on learning. And please, as I always say, find your tribe before you leave today. Get your WhatsApp numbers going, get chat groups going so that we can encourage you. And please, with my colleagues that are here too, Professor Mieni, Mtini, everyone that I hear, there's nothing wrong in speaking to us about whatever challenges you have. We are here to help. And it also goes to the people online as well. You can drop emails, you can just chat messages on the chat group, and whatever assistance we can have you. I mean, it's a full 10 days, but you are not alone. Okay, I think I am done. Thank you all. I don't know if there's anything that needs to be spoken from anybody. Are we all good? Yes, it is time for Lawrence to shut up. All right. Okay, have a good evening, and I wish you guys all the best. Enjoy the rest of the school over the next 10 days. Thank you and have a good afternoon.